Alrighty then, hello everyone, my name is Caden, and welcome back to more Steins Gate 0. Last time, a whole lot happened. We saw, in this other path we're taking, we saw Kagari, we saw... Listen, so much happened that I completely forgot how to say Leskinen's name. So, yeah. Let's just get right into it, shall we? The orbital eclipse.
Hey, Okabe. Can I access Amadeus right now?
Alright, we're talking with you. Huh? Oh boy. I feel nervous.
The call's from her.
I'm gonna call her first now.
It would make it for a really good dad if I could just see how she reacts to a situation like this. Can I?
Well...
Hey, Maho! Maho! What's Amadeus?
Oh dear. The next thing I knew, the call from Karisu had stopped, and instead everyone was listening to us.
It's an artificial intelligence that incorporates a specific individual's memory data. Artificial? AI nya. AI? AI stands for Ancient Intelligence. In other words, the great lost wisdom of ages past nya. It stands for Artificial Intelligence.
It's a program that thinks and learns on its own. If it incorporates a specific person's memories, doesn't that mean it's just a copy of them?
What we're trying to find out right now is whether it's a copy or not.
And that's Amadeus. Oh, I had no idea you were making something like that. This is something that never happened in the other path. We never actually showed Amadeus to anybody else.
Luca, do you know what he's talking about? No, I'm afraid I don't. It would be easier just to show you, but...
She glanced over at me. As long as you don't point the camera towards me.
Alright.
Is Suzuha here? If she is, then this is maybe not the best idea, but whatever. She sighed and reached toward the icon on the smartphone with her finger. You can run it on a phone.
It's actually running on a university server. We just made it so you can use this as an access point.
Star was staring down at the screen with stars in his eyes. And as soon as I heard the voice from her phone...
Come on, Maho. Why won't you pick up?
Ah. Oh, wow.
What? You're not Maho. Who are you?
Me, I'm Itaru Shida. Feel free to call me Itaru if you want. Preferably with your eyes turned upwards and your cheeks slightly red.
Why would I call you by name when I don't even know you? Who are you anyway? Sorry to scare you. Oh, Maho. Who is this? His name's Ashida. He's a friend of Okabe's. It's New Year's Day, right? So I'm at his lab having a party with his friends. Right, Okabe. That cold, uncaring man. You should probably avoid hanging out with him too much, otherwise he might ban you someday. Now.
There was ice in her words. She must have been really mad. Well, I guess I could understand why.
So, anyway, I'll introduce you all. This is Amadeus, an AI made with the personality and memories of Karisu Makise. What? Karisu Makise?
You mean the Karisu Makise? The Ishida family's voices rose in unison. Yeah, so Suzuha is here. Oh dear. Not good. That's right, those two knew about Karisu. And they knew what happened to her.
Wasn't Karisu Makise murdered at the radio building in July? Yeah. Karisu Makise. This is her. Oh, so you all knew the original me, do you?
Oh, well... yeah, I suppose.
Don't let it bother you. I know what happened to my original.
Oh, you do? That was easier said than done.
Hey, is this a video game?
No. I seem to be the only one who didn't get what was going on. No, child. But for now, I was glad of that. Her words broke the tension that was building up in the room.
I'm not a video game. I'm an AI. I talk and think on my own, just like you do. Wait, is this really an AI, yeah? That's amazing, yeah. Maho's the one who's amazing. She's made me.
Everyone was staring in awe at Karisu as she answered their questions. I started to regret this. I shouldn't have let Karisu talk here. I shouldn't have made them all remember Karisu. I need to end this conversation as soon as possible. Hyajo.
Huh?
The second I spoke, Maho emitted a small cry of surprise. What's wrong?
Amadeus just disappeared.
Maybe the app crashed? That happens sometimes. No, I bet she turned it off on her own the second she heard Okabe.
Yeah, but I tried restarting and it couldn't connect to the servers.
Oh crap, no, 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 not a, no, 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 no. No! What do you mean? No! It's happening! She's gonna be used for war! Maybe they're doing a server update?
If so, nobody told me about it. He looks like he still get that connection here.
Farza tried and succeeded to connect her own smartphone to the web.
That's strange. This has never happened before.
Something happened to Madius.
Hey Okabe, can you try it on your phone?
I can sure shit try. No, I feel like I should save. I don't think Karisu likes me, but before I could end my sentence, I heard a crash.
I'm sorry.
Kagari had evidently dropped a glass. Little fragments were spread out all over the floor. Oh! You know, I didn't even think about that, but should Kagari hear about Karisu potentially? I didn't even think about that.
Are you okay? You look pale. Yeah, thanks. I'm just a little tired. Maybe. Oh, but I'm fine. Sorry, I'll clean it up right away. Use a safe plug, Kagari. I'll clean it.
Uh-oh. No! 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 It was in the instant that Luca stood up to get the broom that I heard the sound. It's happening again! Nobody move! It's freaking happening again! Armed men stormed into the room out of nowhere. Nobody knew what was going on.
What? Yeah.
They were all wearing strange masks. They were all holding guns. Some of them had assault rifles.
What is this? Some kind of surprise?
The sight brought that nightmare back to me. No, no, no. Please. Pyre's brutal murder, which I'd seen again and again and again and again. I thought I was okay now. I thought everything was over. Is this because of the world line change 2 weeks ago? Pyre. Quiet. Pyre's going to die again.
Green, I'm scared.
I said stay quiet. Please don't do this. Pyre! A bang. Black hole in the floor. It's okay. That's just a warning shot. It was enough to snap everyone out of their terror. Is that real?
Oh, Kabe, I...
No, don't do anything to tick them off. They were serious. They'd kill anyone they didn't need without mercy. Suwa, What was Suzua doing? It was no good. Nai was clinging to her legs and keeping her from moving. Maybe there were just too many of them for her to do anything about. I had to do something, but my legs were shaking too much for me to manage anything helpful. Just stay calm, everyone. It's not that easy, man. Just calm down and do what they want. I'd gone through this more times than I could count, but it was still all I could do to speak. But evidently my desperation had gotten through to them, because they stopped panicking, clumped together, and simply waited for the intruder's next move. I heard the sound of heels from behind the armed men. Do not do this! A woman's footsteps coming up from the stairs. Was it here? Oh, I could hear you. Is that you? Are you going to kill Mayuri again? But what appeared from beyond the door was... What? Wait, what? It's... What? What's going on? This doesn't make sense. There's two Kagaris in the room! Or who are you? Wait, what? Kagari's in the room with us. But you look like Kagari. So who the hell are you? Who's... What? A woman in black. She wore a skin-tight motorcycle suit and a black helmet. The black visor was pulled down so I couldn't see her face. This is gotta be the one that we saw in the other path. The one that looks like somebody else. But claimed to also be Kagari. At this point, though, I don't even know. There's so much happening. You're not Kagari, but at the same time, you answer like you are. I don't know who you are. It had to be her, though. But if it was, what did they want? Last time it was me, Daru, and Kurisu. Kurisu was gone. That means they were after Maho. The woman silently looked around the room and then walked over to us and reached out her hand. No! No! She grabbed Kagari's arm and yanked her forward. Kagari! They were after Kagari. No, they're gonna friggin' brainwash her again. But why her? No, there was only one reason they'd want her. Did they know then? That Kagari was from the year 2036. This is the other group then. This is the other group that Moeka was talking about that was looking for Kagari. No, let me go. Kagari struggled. But that woman was stronger than she'd imagined, and she was easily pulled away. Save me! Somebody! Oh. Mayuri, help me! Mayuri and Kagari reached out their hands, but they both grabbed nothing but air. What do I do? What should I do? If I moved Mayuri, everyone would... Did I just have to watch as she was taken away? I... There was suddenly a loud scream from near the door. By the time I looked over, the second man was already falling to the floor. Who? Tsunuchi!
Hey, what the hell's going on here?
Brunchy! Damn it!
Damn it!
Before he could turn his gun around, Tsunuchi had grabbed his hands and twisted it upwards. I heard the dull sound of snapping. For once, I'm happy to see you, Tsunuchi. Jesus. Men seemed unsure of how to handle this sudden intruder. One of the men decided to run towards us. No! He reached for what looked like the weakest member of our group. Normally, this would have been the right choice, but this time it was the worst choice he could have made. He's going to die. Oh no, Tsunuchi. With speed that you would never imagine from someone so huge, Tanuji closed the gap between himself and that man in an instant, slamming him into the wall. When they saw him bounce off and hit the floor, the others became deathly pale. And then Suzuha, whose legs were now free of Nai's grasp, moved as well. Here we go! A thin, muscular leg, the exact opposite of what you'd expect to see from Daru's daughter, lashed upwards straight for the motorcycle woman's neck. Ooh. Oh. The woman blocked the kick with her arm at the last moment. But when she moved her hand to block, she let go of Kagari. Kagari! Over here! I reached out my hand and quickly pulled her close. Kabe! You're outnumbered. Get out of here! Realizing the tide had turned, the woman leaped out of the lab in an instant, clutching her injured arm. The other attackers followed suit, carrying their injured fellows. Tanuji, you saved us. I cannot even believe this. Somehow CERN saved us this time around. In a moment, the chaos was replaced with silence.
Oh, Karin.
Mayuri's quavering voice brought me back to reality. Mayuri, are you okay?
Yeah.
What about the rest of you? You okay? Not her. Daru, Suzuha, Ferris, Lukaku, Nai, Maho, Kagari. Their faces were drained of color, but none of them seemed to hurt. What about Tanuji?
No. No.
It's okay. It's okay now. Daddy will keep you safe, Nai.
Thank you, Tanuji. I don't know why you helped us, though, but thank you. When they saw the Tanuji family clinging to each other, everyone finally sighed with relief. But still.
Hey, Okabe, tell me what the hell's going on. Who are those people?
No, I don't know. I didn't. At first, I thought they were with CERN. They couldn't have been, because if they were with CERN, then what the hell did Tanuji just do? But if they were, there was no reason for Tanuji to be here. And plus, he would probably know what was going on and help them. Yugo Tanuji was actually FB, the leader of the Akihabara Rounders. Of course, it was possible that someone working for FB, Moeka for example, had acted without his knowledge. I doubt it. With how obsessed she is with FB, I highly doubt that she would act without FB's knowledge. Everyone tensed as his door opened again. Gosh dang it.
We're back. I brought us a lot of drinks. Sorry, really. Fubuki kept adding more stuff to the cart.
You know, you two are the luckiest ones here not having to deal with that.
Huh? What happened, guys? You all look so scared.
Ay, ay.
Thanks for taking me home.
Yeah.
It's fine. Of course, after that, the New Year's party was cancelled. I knew Mayuri had really been looking forward to it, but none of us were up for partying after that. Yeah, no kidding. We almost all just got assassinated. If it wasn't for Tanuji and Suzuha, we would have been dead. I told everyone I'd give them an explanation another day. For now, I decided to send them home for safety's sake. Everyone but the Tanujis walked with me to the station. Those who were taking the train home split up with us there, and the rest came with me to Yanabayashi Shrine. Daru, Suzuha, Lukaku, and Kagari were the only ones left. I'm sorry, did I not just get a text? Wait, what the heck just happened? I swear I just got a text, did I not? Is the text just the thank you message? Is that all it is? I'm going to have to assume that it is. Oh, it literally says, got here safe. Yeah, thank you, thank you. I'm an idiot. Nobody followed us.
Don't worry, I watched carefully, but I didn't see anything strange.
I see. Didn't see anyone suspicious at Akihabara Station either. And Ikebukuro. Okay, good. If they were CERN rounders, I would have expected to see them everywhere. No, this definitely wasn't CERN. But now this creates a much bigger question. Who the hell's the other woman in the biker outfit? And if it's not Kagari? Because what? Is there just two to Kagaris? What's going on? I told the ones who had taken the train to go straight home and contact me when they got there. Several of them already had. They made it home just fine. Mayushi made it home fine. Okay. I told Mayuri in particular to send me stickers on Ryan at regular intervals. Blush. Yippee. She'd been doing that, so she was probably okay. That didn't mean I was out of the woods yet. No problems for Maho, okay.
Do you think they were really after me?
Should we not keep her at the lab? I feel like we need to keep her with Suzuha at the bare minimum, because Suzuha can at least protect her. They're after Kagari, obviously. And if they go after Kagari when Suzuha and Tanuji are not around, we're not going to be so lucky as we were last time. They're going to easily be able to overtake her. Probably. You think they know who Kagari-san is? I bet they do. I didn't know if they were with CERN yet. Again, I don't think they are. But it was safe to assume that they knew Kagari was from the future, and that's why they attacked her.
I'm sorry. I put you all in danger because of me.
It's not entirely your fault. She was brought here from the future at a younger age, and then she went missing. She was another victim of fate, like me.
But are you sure we don't want to go to the police?
I'm sorry, but not yet. Mao and the others asked me the same thing, but I'd managed to get them to hold off. Part of the problem was that I didn't think they'd believe us, but the biggest issue was Kagari. She doesn't have documents, does she? And that might cause problems? Is that what we're going at? If we told them that they were after Kagari, that we'd have to explain who she was. Yeah, and we don't have any way of identifying her, really. Which would then cause an entire another can of worms that we wouldn't even be able to deal with, really. We couldn't tell them the truth, and even if we did, they wouldn't believe us.
So what now?
There's nothing we can do until we figure out who they are.
And you want us to figure that out by ourselves? How?
Well, to be honest, I had no clue. The world was full of groups who would want a functioning time machine if they knew it existed. Russia, America, China, and even Japan. If I couldn't find out who they were, the same thing was likely to happen again. I'll come up with something tomorrow. Anyway, Lukaku, I need your help with something.
Yes, what is it?
Can Suzuha stay with you too?
Huh?
Okay, here we go.
Want me to stay with Brother Luca?
Yeah, I thought about sending Kagari somewhere else, but there are more people here and the security's better. They had security systems to keep people from vandalizing the place and robbing the donation boxes. Just taking a quick look around, I could see that there were cameras. I see. And by having Suzuha there, that actually... Yeah, that's actually really smart. Strangely enough, this would actually be a very good spot to keep her, if not to have Kagari protected at. And this was Kagari's idea to begin with. Yeah, it would work. You'd rather stay here too, right, Kagari?
Yeah.
I could understand that. She was already in an unstable state after losing her memories, even before what happened today. If you're here, everyone will feel safer. Of course, we'll need her parents' permission, though.
I'm sure Dad would love it.
That's certainly true.
I don't mind either.
I can stay here too if you want.
You go home, brother.
Watching him talk made me think things were slowly returning to normal. Lukaku and Kagari's expressions softened a little. Daru's usual antics had come in handy for once. For once, Daru, we will not be throwing you out the window. You can stay on the floor this time. Okay, thanks. Call me right away if something happens.
Understood. Understood.
Daru and I left Kagari to the two of them and headed back to the lab. Hey, that really happened, didn't it? Yeah, it did. Yeah. It wasn't some kind of candid camera thing. It was real, right? Real. You saw the bullet hole. Yeah, that was real. I'd experienced it so many times before. Screams and the smell of gunpowder. What's wrong, Ocarine? Sorry. I must have finally relaxed because I'm not feeling so good. I've been so focused on seeing everyone home safely that I hadn't had time to think about it. But with that done, the memories came flooding back. The memories of last July. It's okay. I'm with you. Want to take a little rest? I can feel Daru's huge hand and rubbing my back. Strangely, it made me feel a little better. Thanks. I'm okay now. Don't push yourself too hard, man. Yeah. Thanks, Daru. I started to walk toward the lab again, and Daru followed me, worried. Hey, Ocarine. This has something to do with the time machine, doesn't it? Yeah. Is this also the choice of Steins Gate thing? The choice of Steins Gate? You know, that was a really embarrassing name for it. Ocarine. Was it going to keep following me forever, no matter how much I tried to look away or run? I just wanted to live in peace. Was even that too much to ask now? Ocarine, hang on to my shoulder. What? You're barely walking straight. Here. I'm fine. Come on, man, just do it. Daru. You're creepy. It's a lot creepier to see you acting like a normal human being, man. Thanks. Don't worry about it. Daru. Lukaku, why are we swapping perspectives? Luka Urushibara was sad. He'd been sad for a long, long time. It'd been a long time since he'd met Rintaro Kabe, become friends, and began to visit the future gadget lab. Itaru Shida, his classmate Mayuri Shina, and the other lab mems all treated him as a friend. That by itself made him happy. He was just an ordinary shy boy, and they accepted him anyway. He was grateful for that. But still, he'd always felt like he was being left out. He knew they were hiding something from him. That made him sad. But what made him sadder was that he couldn't bring himself to ask about it. You're not going to sleep. What about you, Amane? I didn't think you'd still be awake. I got a lot to think about. I see. Even Luka could tell that a lot meant she was thinking about what had happened today. The New Year's party. The mysterious men who'd burst into the lab. They were holding guns. Not plastic model guns. Real guns. From Luka's perspective, it was a mystery how they even gotten them into Japan. But they were real anyway. They'd had real guns in their hands, and they pointed them at him and the others. It hadn't seemed real then, but now the very thought of that made him shiver. If any of them had squeezed their index fingers just a little, he, Luka, wouldn't be here right now. Garishina moaned softly in her sleep. She must have been really tired after everything that had happened today. She had gone to sleep almost immediately after she laid down, and her short breaths had soon changed into moans.
Mommy, don't go. Mommy.
Was she dreaming of her mother?
Mommy, Mayuri.
Even that didn't surprise Luca much. She'd started calling out that name in her sleep several days ago. Kagari Shina. Mayuri Shina. At first, he just thought it was a coincidence that they had the same last name. But... He almost spoke, then stopped. There was so much he wanted to ask, but couldn't. He wanted courage. Just a little. The courage to ask them to tell him. He reached under his pillow and felt something hard. It was a cheap toy sword, the kind you could buy at any store. But still, it was his treasure. He held the hilt tight.
Can I ask you something?
What? Sua sat up and looked straight at him. He was only barely able to stop himself from looking away. If he did, he wouldn't be able to ask anything. He touched the toy sword once more and slowly opened his mouth to speak.
Amane, why you call Okabe Uncle Ocarine? Why do you call Mayuri Big Sis Mayu? Why do you call Ferris Big Sis Rumi? Why do you call me Brother Luca? When she says Mama Mayuri, she's talking about Mayuri, isn't she? Why she call her that? I know I shouldn't be saying this, but I think it's better that you don't know. Are you just trying to keep me out of everything again? I want to know what's going on too. I want to share in what all of you are going through. Brother Luca, will you tell me? She looked him straight in the eye for a moment, silently. Luca simply waited. I think I understand why Uncle Ocarine doesn't tell you anything. The reason why? He wants you to stay completely a part of this world. He wants you to be the one person who only knows the world as it is right now. I think that's what saves him. I'm what saves him. Yeah. But that's... Now that she told him that, he couldn't ask any more questions. Did Rintaro Okabe really think that? He didn't even know. In the end, he would never know anything. And that only made him sadder. The next day, after the attack, oh gosh. Scary. Also, we didn't get... that's weird. We didn't actually get a single... we didn't get one of those frames that show like we're switching back to Okabe. I'd arrived just a little before I was supposed to, but the person I was meeting was already there. Oh, hey. It's all set, Nyan.
Thanks.
I'll keep the seats near you empty for a while, so talk as much as you like, Nyan.
Thanks. I sipped some fresh coffee as I observed the person in front of me. I guess, to be fair, we do need information from her. Hey, Moeka. Moeka Kiryu. She was as expressionless as ever, and there was no way to tell what she was thinking.
What did you want to talk about?
How's your arm?
My arm?
Yeah, is it okay now? Girl in the motorcycle suit yesterday. She blocked Suzua's kick with her arm. Sua told me later that her kick had landed pretty hard and whoever it hit had probably gotten hurt. If that was Moeka... I don't know what you're talking about. I see. It definitely wasn't Moeka. But I still didn't know if Moeka was innocent. Can I see your arm? My arm? Yeah, roll up the sleeve. Roll up the arm of your left sleeve, please. Why? Is it a problem? Moeka sighed as if she were annoyed. She didn't seem upset or worried at all. So, this is the day that the guide says is where another, ending path can get chosen. I'm just trying to... And that made me worried. Why was she so calm? Moeka rolled up her sleeve like I asked her to. Her skin was a deathly pale white. There was nothing else. There were no bruises and no traces of her trying to hide something with the foundation. Of course, there were also no bandages. Thanks. You can put your sleeve back. I didn't even answer the text message. Oh cream, big trouble. What's up? You remember what happened yesterday, right? So I was just talking with Naya on Rhine. She told me about her dreams for the future. Nice dreams, huh? What were they? First one, she wants to get good at badminton. You said first, does that mean there's a second? Second, she wants to get good at fighting games. Yippee! Third, she wants to decorate the Brontube workshop so it looks pretty. Yippee! Fourth, she wants a telescope. Is it a dream? She says lately she's liked looking at the stars. She must have gotten it from you. Jealous? She seems like she's interested in space. Nice, so strong. She's a very strong girl. You're right. Oh, Mayushi is okay too. Yeah. I can't help but love this freaking like happy Mayuri. Yippee. Moeka tilted her head just a little and rolled her sleeve back down. The girl in the motorcycle suit wasn't Moeka. This wasn't a big surprise. I'd already assumed that she wasn't. Come to think of it, Moeka knew that Kagari Shino was with us a long time ago. There was no need to attack when so many people were around. Moeka had nothing to do with this, knowing that for sure was progress. But that left me with a new problem. Who was the woman in the motorcycle suit then? In order to allay Moeka's suspicion, I asked her for a report on her research and told her to keep it up. Then I said goodbye and headed to my next destination. This was my next destination. Are we going to talk to Tanuji? I took a real dedication to open a store like this on the 2nd of January. I took a deep breath, steeled myself, and went inside. Excuse me.
You're finally here.
You sound like he was waiting for me.
You gotta explain what happened yesterday, right?
That's part of it. Tanuji had been really pushy about last night, so I told him I'd explain it.
So, what was that all about yesterday?
Before we get into that, I want to check something. What happened last night? That wasn't you, was it? Tanuji always looked angry, but now he looked even more pissed off.
Me? What else that's supposed to mean? Why would I send those guys after you?
You don't know.
Of course I don't know.
Because I checked to see that Naya was nearby before I spoke. Because you're a rounder, Mr. Ferdinand Braun. Or should I call you FB? His expression quickly turned blank. I don't know if this was a good idea, I'm gonna be real with you.
You bastard.
Daddy?
Naya must have sensed a change in her dad's mood because she turned towards him.
What's wrong?
What do you mean?
You look scary. You look so scary for a moment.
Did I? Daddy's the same as ever. See?
Yeah.
So, be a good girl and go outside. No, stay there and watch TV, okay?
Okay.
Naya still seemed concerned, but did as she was told and sat in the chair in front of the CRT TV. The TV was playing a New Year's comedy program. I figured you wouldn't want your daughter knowing. Tanuji said nothing, but motioned for me to sit in a chair away from her. Instead of his usual yelling, he was ice cold. I started sweating despite the winter chill. But now that I brought it up, it was too late to do anything about it. I sat down in the small seat, legs tense. I was ready to run at any moment. Where the hell did this come from, kid? You can't talk your way out of it.
Talk my way out of it. I really don't know what the hell you're going on about. What the hell is this FB anyway? Some new kind of SNS?
Now you're gonna try and play stupid. Social networking service. These are community-oriented websites. It's of varying forms, such as registration-based or invitation only. These sites include functions that make it easier to communicate with others on the internet. Karl Ferdinand Braun, 1850 to 1918, German, winner of the 1909 Nobel Prize in Physics, inventor of the Braun tube. You're not going to be able to play stupid out of this one, Tanuji. I know you're a CERN rounder. His eyes felt like they were boring a hole in me. They were completely different from the eyes of the ordinary Tanuji I knew. They were the eyes of a killer. A cold killer who wasn't even trying to hide his murderous intent.
I guess it doesn't hurt to ask. Where'd you find this out?
I don't need to tell you. Don't let him intimidate you. You're in control here.
Come on, tell me. You wouldn't have come here if you weren't ready for this.
You wouldn't believe me even if I did.
Don't be like that. Let's just have a little chat. God knows I'm not getting any customers today.
This man worked for CERN. He was a rounder. What those rounders did to me in the other world line. I would never forget that. But Tanuji probably didn't work for CERN willingly. He probably had his reasons. At least that's how it had felt in the Alpha World line. Yeah. Of course, the Beta World line might be different. In this world, he never met Suzu Hashida. How much of an effect that had on his life, I didn't know. Tanuji was staring at me, not moving a muscle. Depending on what I said, he was ready to kill me without a word. That's what his body language seemed to convey. Fine. I'll tell you then. Let's see if you believe it.
Warlines, huh? I don't believe it.
That's what I told you when we started. And it doesn't matter if you believe it or not. What's important is that I know who you are.
That's right.
He admitted it.
What you're saying is almost completely accurate. You know things only I'm supposed to know. It's goddamn creepy, to be honest.
By making Tanuji admit who he really was, I could assume I'd won the first round of this conversation. This is when things got hard. I know that CERN demands absolute secrecy, and that they kill you not only if you fail in your mission, but if you succeed too. CERN had always ensured that the Rounders died. Then they killed my Yuri too.
You know that too. Then...
He slowly stood up. This has nothing to do with your mission. I barely managed to squeak out those words. It's the same with your secrets. There was no leak. I knew them from the start. So there's no need for you to be punished. Am I wrong?
Bullshit.
Tanuji's face was right in front of me. His green eyes were boring into me, and I couldn't even move.
But I guess you're right. Sir never told me to look for this IBM 5100 thing. They never told me to bring you to them. If they didn't tell me, there's no need for me to do it. And if you don't tell anyone I'm a rounder, that's the end of that. No problem.
Tanuji was looking past me towards Nae, who was still watching TV. His eyes had changed from those of a beast to those of a parent.
So, what is it? You told me all this because you want something, right?
I actually want your help with something. Tanuji silently waved for me to continue. I want you to protect Kagari Shina, the girl that was attacked last night.
Who's after her? And why? I don't know. Then I can't do it. Because you don't want to involve your daughter? I guess you do know. And you never should have brought it up.
She's already involved, isn't she? Do you think what happened last night isn't going to happen again?
You're using Nai as a hostage. I'll kill you, you little bastard.
Stay calm. Lose it here and it's all over. I'm saying we should work together.
Work together, huh? There's a lot of downside for me in that, isn't there?
That's not true.
Suzuha came into the store along with Kagari.
Excuse me.
Kagari. Suzuha, you were listening? Suzuha nodded.
For instance, if I were to hire Kagari and I if you were to hire Kagari and I to work here, you wouldn't have to leave.
True. It was close to the lab and probably safer. He could protect them while protecting Nae.
It'd be faster for you to get the hell out. Nai and I wouldn't have anything to worry about then.
You two saw the faces of the attackers last night. You know what that means, don't you?
There was a chance they might try to kill everyone who saw their faces.
I've got combat experience. I know how to use a gun. You saw that yesterday. So I can help.
Tanuji rubbed his temples in thought for a moment, but
Daddy,
Nae, who'd been watching TV the whole time, suddenly interrupted.
I don't know what's going on. But yesterday was scary. I don't want that to happen again.
Nai.
I was really happy when you protected me, but when I thought about you getting hurt, it made me even more scared. Big sis Suzuha is really strong, and she protected me yesterday.
Did Nae understand what we were saying?
I want to be with them.
Tanuji scratched his head, then spoke brusquely.
Just so you know, you two are splitting pay.
Called.
If you got a problem with it, then you can find another job.
No, thank you, sir. Daddy.
Nae gave her dad a hug. Alright, somehow communications went smoothly, somehow. It's in a way kind of blackmail, but we don't really want him hurt either in a way. This was a good sign. If Tanuji was on our side, I could probably keep Kagari safe. Thank you.
It ain't for you. It's for Nai.
Nae was already happily chatting away with Kagari and Suzuha. As Tanuji watched, his eyes were those of a father again.
Anyway, that's how we'll handle it here. Okabe, you find out who those guys were. Otherwise, there's nothing I can do. Got it?
Got it. We've somehow managed to convince freaking Tanuji to get on our side. That's a miracle and a half. But I like it. It was one thing to say it. But honestly, I had no clues at all. I turned to go up the stairs to the lab when Tanuji seemed to remember something.
Alright. Those guys were calling out some weird number.
Number?
I think it was... yeah, K6205. Or something like that.
K6205? K6205? Have I heard that before? Was it some kind of code?
Yeah, the bastards were pronouncing it with 5 instead of 5.
What? So... K6205. What? They had some kind of accent, you mean?
No, that's not it. It's phonetic code, military jargon.
A method of pronouncing letters used to avoid being misunderstood on wireless channels. Military? So they were military soldiers.
And it was a Western code, and it's a Western code too.
So we're looking at Westerners, at Western military.
Oh, there you are, Elkreen.
I came straight up to the lab, where most of the people who were here yesterday had gathered. Mao was busy with the problem Audius was having, and she was the only one who couldn't come. You guys all getting together like this after what? You guys all okay getting together like this after what just happened?
What just happened is what we're here to talk about. And Hoshida said it would be safer to meet in the same place instead of moving.
They're not dumb enough to attack when we've got our guard up, especially not in the middle of the day.
It's safer to have everyone together than split up.
Maybe they were right. Yeah, I do actually agree with that. It'd be a lot more noticeable if a group suddenly were all to die in the same place than if they were to die in separate areas. I feel. Whoever they were, it was hard to imagine them starting something in Akihabara, Japan in the middle of the day.
I'm just glad you're all safe. Thank you for coming, Yuki. No, I was really worried after hearing about what happened last night.
Yuki wasn't here during the attack, but she come to see how we were doing. Yeah.
I still can't believe something that scary could happen in Japan, though.
Even outside Japan, it's not something you'd see every day.
That was true. Nobody who lived a normal life would ever see it. That's what normal meant.
I hate to be going when you just got here, but I have work after this.
Sure, don't worry about it.
I'm happy to see you're all safe, but you still can't let your guard down, so be careful.
Watch out! Yuki almost slipped as she walked past me. I grabbed her arm to hold her up. Ow! Oh, sorry.
No, I tripped and hurt my arm there when I was at the station yesterday.
Huh? Huh? Yuki? What do you mean by that? What do you mean you hurt your arm? Yuki? Yuki! She rubbed the arm I grabbed, embarrassed.
Another time when I trip on nothing at all. I hate being so clumsy. Take care, Yuki. Thanks. Okay, everybody. See you.
Don't let her leave! The door closed and I could hear her footsteps trail off into the distance. 2 days of work in a row, right after New Year's, huh? It was her. It was her. It had to have been. She's the other... What's going on?
What's wrong, Ocarine?
Nothing. The way she hurt her arm. It was the left arm. The same place the woman in the motorcycle suit had gotten hit. There was no way.
Alright, Ocarine. Can you tell us what happened yesterday?
Fubuki was a little more chipper than Mayuri and Luca. She and Kaede had gone shopping, so they'd missed the attack. That was probably why. They were lucky not to have encountered any of the escaping attackers. Okay, so first thing. Dara and I spent hours discussing how much to tell them. After all that, I couldn't just play it off like nothing had happened. The only ones who knew about the time machine were Daru, Ferris, and Mayuri. Was it okay to tell Luca, Fubuki, and Kaede? And then Maho. If she knew that Kurisu had completed a time machine in theory, she'd definitely be interested. In the end, the conclusion I'd come up with was... So that's what happened.
In other words, you think Kagari might have been involved in some sort of crime when she had amnesia?
That's my guess.
Then why don't we go to the police?
Because, she's really scared of the police. It's possible they could be involved in it too.
This all just doesn't feel right.
Of course it doesn't. Yeah, it really don't. I was basically telling them that I didn't know anything. But even if I was hiding a lot of the truth, the fact remained that I was mostly correct.
So, what we learned last night was that they're after Kagari and unlikely to hurt us, right?
I mean, you saw it yourself. It felt they really did. It really did seem like they weren't intending to try and hurt us. The only single shot that was fired in regards to like towards our direction was the warning shot to make us realize that we were truly, like, they truly were real and that it was not just like some sort of gag or whatever. But aside from that, I mean, they may have tried attacking Tanuji, sure, but they didn't try and attack us at all. They just went for Kagari.
Why do you think so? They would have been able to take one of us as hostage in that situation if they had wanted to. Since they didn't, that means they wanted to try and keep this quiet.
Dara and I reached the same conclusion. So that means as long as we don't cause a fuss, we're fine. That was a lie. Just like Suzu had said earlier, there was a good chance that they might come after us because we'd seen their faces. But it wasn't smart to say that and worry everyone. So I don't think it's a good idea for Nakase and Kuroshima to come around here for a while.
But what will you do about Kagari?
I've taken precautions. I gave her a bodyguard. Don't worry, this bodyguard will sooner die before giving... This bodyguard, I don't even know if he can die, to be real... Well... I just made myself depressed, damn it. He's unlikely to die from another person's hand? Question mark?
A bodyguard?
Two, actually. The two who drove them away last night.
Suzu and the owner, right? Oh, the guy with the huge muscles. But that means she's going to have to live in fear that she'll be attacked again.
We don't really got much of a choice, unfortunately. It's true. I'm not even gonna lie. That is 100% true, but there's not a better option here. I was right. Just playing defense wouldn't solve anything. The only way we're gonna solve this is by figuring out who it is that's trying to get her. I'm planning on hiring a detective to see if I can find out who's after Kagari. Once I have more information, I may go to the police. The only detective... If we could convince Tanuji to work with us, I don't think it's out of the realm of possibility that we might even be able to work with Moeka in a way, to help get this, to help figure out more. Of course, more than half of that was lies again. If I went to the police or a detective, they wouldn't believe me about Kagari being a time traveler. What was important now was calming everyone down. From there, I'd have to solve things myself. To be honest, I was sick of living in the middle of a conspiracy theory. It was the only way I could get my everyday life back.
I think, yeah. Hey, Okri? Are you listening? Yeah?
What? Oh, I'm sorry. What were we talking about?
I told Kuroki about what happened yesterday, Nya. If anything weird goes on in Akihabara, he's sure to let us know right away, Nya.
I see.
Also, I asked the neighborhood watch to step up their patrols, Nya. Where they were, they will keep them away for a while, I think, Nya.
Thanks, Ferris. That's a huge help. We really got it. We at the very least have a lot of people trying to help us this time. Ferris with her powers, with her influences, helping keep watch. We've even got Tanuji to help us, and again, his arms have the strength of bullets. Infinite bullets, basically. Suzuha, all our friends. At the very least, we're not helpless here. We at least have options. I don't know how good those options are in the face of everything that's going to be happening, mind you. But options.
No problem, Nya. Is there anything I can do?
I don't want you involved, Luca.
Kagari's in trouble and there's nothing I can do. And I can't help you either, Okabe. It's just... Mayushi wants to do something for Kagari too.
I do not want either of you two involved in this. I'm sorry. I know you want to help, but I am not risking you two dying. If you two die, then what the hell am I supposed to do?
Is there anything we can do? Well...
Everyone fell silent. Even after all that had happened to them, they still wanted to help. I couldn't let them be in danger. Yeah, I'm not letting this. This is a shit situation, yeah. And then I remembered what Tanuji had said. K6205. What's that? Supposedly it's something the attackers yesterday were saying, but I have no idea what it's supposed to mean. Hold on, I'll goggle it. Goggle? Net slang, to search on the internet. Yeah, goggle. Dara opened a browser and quickly typed it in. I'm only seeing product IDs and stuff. Tanuji said they might be military, so it might be a military code, which meant there was nothing we could do. I was hoping there might be some clue, but...
Kocho.
What? Kuroshima, what did you just say?
No, I was just thinking that K might mean a Kocho number, but that doesn't make any sense, does it?
Kocho number?
What's a Kocho number? It's a numbering system for Mozart's songs. After he died, a man named Kocho ordered his songs chronologically and gave them all numbers.
Wait, what? Kocho? Are you saying that... Wait...
I don't think even Mozart wrote 6,000 songs, and I don't think it's got anything to do with this.
Wait, no, hang on. Mozart. Wolfgang A. Mozart.
Sorry for bringing up something so weird.
No. Daru, how high up are those do those coach numbers go? It says the last one is 626, a song named Requiem.
That's the song Mozart was writing just before he died, right? Right? You know a lot about Kaede. You know I play the piano.
You know, this is honestly starting to feel like... Okay, I'm gonna be real with you. When I first heard the name Kaede, it did honestly make me think of Danganronpa 3 of Kaede, but now you're also telling me that Kaede knows about piano stuff? Just like the one in Danganronpa 3? What? Is this supposed to be a reference or something? I don't know which game came first, but... I would assume Danganronpa 3 came after. I don't know, I just think it's funny how it's so similar. Two characters from two different series, both named Kaede, both liking piano stuff. I don't know, I just think it's funny. And what's K620? K620... Oh, here it is. It's a song named The Magic Flute. The Magic Flute? An opera written by Mozart in 1791. Its Kocho number is 620. Mozart was commissioned to write this opera for public consumption by the manager of the Viennese Opera House, but it's said that both he and the manager were members of the Freemasons, and the lyrics contain many allusions to Freemason symbols and teachings. The Queen of the Night aria is its most well-known song, has been turned into a movie. I heard that name before, at least. Let me see. So, K6205... Fife. What does Fife mean? I looked over Dara's shoulder at the screen. He clicked on the heading for the Magic Flute on Mozart's wiki page. The Magic Flute. K620. Written in 1791. Mozart's last completed opera. It was famous for including numerous examples of Freemason doctrine and symbols. A secret society founded sometime between the latter 16th century to the start of the 17th. It was said to be a union of stonemasons who built cathedrals, monasteries, palaces, and castles. Branches still exist all over the world, and the organization has over 6 million members. In conspiracy theories and fiction, it is often depicted as a terrifying secret organization that rules the world. So, K6205 is what, the 5th song in the opera? The 5th song was a quintet called Papageno the birdcatcher had a padlock placed over his lips, and this is his song begging someone to open the lock. Mozart. Amadeus. Freemasonry. The padlock on his lips. Padlock on his lips? Like being forced to keep quiet? Amadeus. Got anything? No. No, but... Why does this all feel so creepy? What's up with all this? What's going on? It's all connecting to Amadeus. And didn't I just talk to somebody about Mozart? Yeah, Salieri. Maho.
Don't look at the password.
Maho. Maho had used Salieri, Mozart's rival, as her password to access Amadeus. On its own, that didn't mean anything, but... Come to think of it, Maho said she lost access to Amadeus just before the attack last night, didn't she? Did she ever find out what caused it? I'd have to call her or contact her via Rhine. Now, okay, I think we're starting to get close to the choice thing I was mentioning before. I think. I don't think we're at it yet, but we're getting close. Which would be faster. There's something I want to ask you. Got some time? I hope she picked up soon. I suddenly got a message that almost made me leap out of my chair. I looked at my screen and saw it was from Maho. Did she see my message and call me? What? Was there something else? No, there's something I wanted to ask you. Make it quick. Her irritation was plain from her voice, which meant that she hadn't solved whatever the problem with Amadeus was. How are things with Amadeus? Not good. The system's down. No, I can't access it. Which meant... Could it be a password? Someone may have taken over the Amadeus system. Taken over? Amadeus? But why? Sorry, but is there anything else? Once I know something, I'll call you. She hung up on me. Was that Mao-tan? What'd she say? She said it looks like somebody's taken over Amadeus. Taking it over, huh? I thought there might be some connection over this Mozart thing, but... I couldn't say anything yet. Fragments of these strange incidents were scattered all around me. That's how it felt. If I could pick up all the pieces and connect them, would I find an answer? For example, Yuki Amane's injured left arm. What did that mean? Here it is. Here it is. This is it. Okay. The guide says that I'm going to be getting a call from Kurisu. Or from Amadeus, sorry. And that if I choose to answer... let's see here. If I choose to answer... it leads... If I choose to answer... If I choose to answer, it leads to the path of 2 other endings, but if I don't answer, it leads to a path of 1 ending. We're gonna not answer. We'll save the game here. We'll also lock that save just in case. We're not answering it. Just as I was about to put my phone back in my pocket, it rang again. At first, I thought that Maho might have forgotten to tell me something, but when I saw the screen, I gasped. What's this?
Akrin, who's calling?
I stared at the screen, unable to answer. The phone kept ringing. What was the meaning of this? Why would Amadeus, who'd been taken over, be calling me? Was this some kind of trap? What should I do? I'm not answering. Answer it? Or... I hesitated a moment, and the call from Amadeus ended. My phone fell silent. What's going on? And right after that... Crap! Maybe I should have answered it! No! I suddenly felt incredibly dizzy, and everything went black. No! What? What's going on? No! Please! I thought I'd be safe if I didn't answer. I thought I'd be safe. Marius and Salieri. Krisu and me. These two pairings held a special meaning for me. Wolfgang Amadeus Mozart, a famous musician known and loved worldwide. His name at baptism was Johannes Chrysostomus Wolfgangus Theophilus Mozart. That has a long name. Jeez, oh Pete. Theophilus is a Greek word meaning beloved of God. Mozart liked it and chose Amadeus, a Latin word meaning the same thing as his nickname. At the end of his tragically short 35-year life, he left us over 600 masterpieces. Was Amadeus truly a special person, beloved and granted special, unique gifts by God? I didn't think so. He was a genius, sure, but I think Amadeus had his own struggles and suffering to overcome. No matter how wonderful a diamond in the rough might be, it's worth nothing unless you polish it. Writing off his success as the result of his gifts is an insult to the effort and struggle he put into his work. But at the same time, if you want to be Mozart, don't you need to have the same level of raw talent he had? There are a lot of people in this world with that kind of talent. Risu Makise. It's me, that was her. You could feel her talent just by looking at her. Her constant stream of new ideas was always a source of inspiration to me. I was proud to be able to work with her. But I didn't know what I meant to speak to her. It was embarrassing to ask. I always hoped that I'd get the chance to bring up the subject someday. But then on July 28th, 2010, Krisu Makise passed away, and I lost the chance to find out what I meant to her forever. Wolfgang Amadeus Mozart. During his life, there was a man very close to him who considered him his greatest rival. His name was Antonio Salieri. I took my account name from the Victor Condria University Network Salieri from him. The network got a big update a few weeks after Krisu died. That's when I chose it. I wanted to match the name of the software that Krisu and I had been working on before her death, which I still worked on to this day. There was no more meaning to it than that. The name of that software was Amadeus. It was Dr. Leston who came up with the idea of naming this neural network-based AI after the genius composer. At that time, I thought it was a good idea, and I still do today. Amadeus and Salieri. Risu and me. These two pairings had a special meaning for me. I loved Krisu. I respected Krisu. I admired Krisu. Twin Automata. The title of the Maho ending, apparently. The sense of dizziness that I'd experienced so many times before slowly faded. Okay, well, it seems as though whatever happened didn't start World War early, at least not yet, but what did it change? I was standing in the middle of the room, holding my phone. There was no question. I was reading Steiner. The world line had changed. But why? What was the cause? Was it that message from Amadeus? No, I could worry about the cause later. For now, I need to know what was going on. I looked around the lab. The place hadn't seemed to change much, but several people were missing. The missing ones were Kaede, Fubuki, and Ferris. Dart was sitting in front of his PC like always. And Mayuri was in the kitchen making instant coffee. And Maho. She handed the steaming hot coffee to Maho, who was sitting on the sofa. Why are you here?
Mao, have some coffee. It'll calm me down. Thanks, I'll take it.
What are you doing here? Maho? Maho was here at the lab. Before the world line changed, she should have been at her office in Wako City.
Phew. Come to think of it, I haven't had anything to eat all day. I can't blame you after what happened. Want some food? All we got is chicken wings and bananas and snacks, though. Or should I get boxed lunch from a convenience store? Oh, maybe we could order pizza. Thanks, but I'm okay. I'm not that hungry. I'll need to change hotels too, after what happened. I'll probably have to fill out some paperwork, so I'll be back later.
What happened? Sure, you shouldn't just rest here for today. You look pale. You can just stay here at the lab if you want. Sua's not here, so you'd have the place to yourself. I listened for a while, but all I learned was that something bad had happened to Maho, and she was staying here for a while. Did it have something to do with Amadeus being taken over? Hyajo, what happened? Mao, Dara, and Mayuri all seemed stunned at the question. What do you mean, what happened? Oh, I'm just having trouble taking it all in. What happened to Amadeus? Did you get the connection back online? I tried asking, but Mao just frowned, as if she didn't know how to answer. Does that mean Amadeus wasn't taken over at all in this world line? Huh? Come on, Okabe. There's nobody in Wako City office right now. For real. Hell? Oh, I could cure you. Why would she be sending me a Ryan? Yes. What are you doing here? I screamed when I realized that Moeka was right behind me. Where'd you come from? I've been behind you the whole time. Sure, I may not stand out much, but seeing you look like you just ran to a ghost kind of hurts, you know? Well, excuse me for not realizing. Were you here the whole time? Yes. Does that mean I told Moeka she could come into the lab? What was going on here? What do you mean empty? He was probably talking about the Brain Science Institute's office in Wako City. No one was there. It's closed. Closed? Moeka's fingers raced over to the phone. What now? I just explained this. There was a gas leak at the lab yesterday. The facility's been locked down until they determine the cause. Dr. Hyajo and Professor Leskinen have moved their lab to Tokyo Denki University in the meantime. Jealous? There was a gas leak. Yesterday? I didn't remember that. The world line change must have altered the past, so why was there a gas leak? What the hell happened? So, Hyajo came here. I just told you, remember? That's part of it, but someone ransacked my hotel room this morning. So Moeka told me how to contact you. Did you forget? I'm glad you're okay. Did you run into the thief? No, I was lucky. You could say it's thanks to Kiryu. That was the only bit of luck we had. So that's how. I kind of understood how Mao arrived here. By the way, where's Kagari? Dara looked at me again confused. Mayuri smiled. I think she's in Iwate right now. I hope she gets to see her family. Excuse you? What do you mean? Her family? Iwate? Why Iwate? Where did that come from? They found her family. Yep, Luca and Luca's dad and Luca and Luca's dad and Suzu all went to see them. Suzu's with them, so it'll be fine. Family. Iwate. What the hell's going on? Things had changed more than I imagined. If Kagari was in Iwate, that meant we hadn't been attacked last night too. So instead of attacking Kagari, they hit Mao's hotel room. This was getting confusing. I knew it would make her think I was a weirdo, but I had Mao explain to me what happened once more. From what she said, most of yesterday hadn't changed much. Mao, Daru, Fubuki, Kaede, Nae, and I had all gone to Yanabayashi Shrine. Okay. Lukaku, Mayuri, Kagari, Suzuha, and Ferris were all helping at the shrine in their priestess outfits. That fit with what I remembered. After that, we went to Lukaku's house and had a small New Year's party. And then Lukaku's father shared some surprising news with us. He'd found out that someone who might be a relative of Kagari's lived in Iwate. Everyone was excited because if they had found a relative, they might be the key to getting Kagari's memories back. So early this morning, Lukaku and Suzuha went with them to Iwate. Meanwhile, Maho had gotten a call from Dr. Leskinen on her way back from the party. That's when he told her about the gas leak in the office in Wako City. One of the pipes on another floor had some sort of problem, and a small amount of poisonous gas had leaked out into the air. They didn't know what the cause was right now. Until they knew the cause, they decided to shut down the office for safety reasons. Depending on what they found, it could take anywhere from a week to a month to resolve the issue. Mao had a lot of work to do because of the office closure, and she was out working until morning. Then she went back to the hotel and slept until she was woken by a call around 10 a.m.
Miss Kiryu is here to see you in the lobby, ma'am. That's right, I had an interview today, but I thought she was going to call my phone. The battery's dead. After all the chaos last night, I must have forgotten to charge it when I got back to the hotel.
She'd fallen asleep without even changing clothes. She rubbed her sleepy eyes and left the room wearing the same outfit she had on last night. She grabbed her bag, which held a bunch of her documents, and her computer, since she thought she'd need it for the interview. In the end, that was what saved her. She would have died without Kiryu.
So I went down to the lobby to talk to Kiryu, and then we chatted for a while and came back up to my room.
There were so many people in the lobby that I didn't think I could conduct a good interview.
And when I got inside, in those few minutes, someone had broken in and ransacked my room. They'd even ripped the bed and pillows open with a knife, so the whole room was covered with cotton. I'm no good, huh? I was too panicked to do anything.
Afterward, I called the front desk and then the police. After the police got done with their questioning, Dr. Hiyajo still hadn't calmed down, so I decided to message you and have her rest at the lab. Was anything stolen?
Cops asked, so I checked, but I couldn't find anything. My wallet was in my bag. She wasn't out of the room for long. That's right, so maybe the thief couldn't stay long.
Knowing you, they'd probably be more interested in your research data than your money, right?
I didn't have to worry about that. All the data and papers are stored in the university server. Nothing's kept on the computer itself.
What about the other thing?
The other thing?
The laptop and hard drive. I didn't need to tell her that I was talking about the ones that belonged to Kurisu.
They're fine.
Mao pointed to the bag sitting beside the sofa.
They were still in my bag.
Okay. I see.
And even if someone had stolen them, they couldn't access them without the password.
What do you think they were after?
If they were an industrial spy, maybe my computer and my papers.
Think the office gas leak has anything to do with it?
I don't know. I couldn't say.
What the? Mao's smartphone rang. It was plugged in at the corner of her room, charging. Evidently, it had charged enough to turn back on. Ring-a-ding-ding. Mao put her coffee cup on the table and stood up. Moeka looked at her worried.
Are you okay? Yeah, thanks.
Mao took the phone from the charger and looked at it. She quickly glanced back at me.
It's from Kurisu.
Oh, God. I don't know if I want to talk to Kurisu, to be honest with you. Kurisu? That mean that Amadeus hadn't been taken over? What's going on? This is weird. What was the point of the timeline change? And what even caused it? We didn't open the phone from Amadeus. We didn't answer the call from Amadeus. Is that by itself what caused the timeline change? Surely not. But why? I'll answer the call, turning the phone so I could see it.
Maho, are you okay? Are you hurt? They didn't get rough with you or anything, right? Hi. Okabe? What are you doing with Maho? Are you two already that close? That's not it, Kurisu. I'm at the lab right now. I'm so glad. You're safe then. Yeah, so calm down. How can I stay calm? I called you a dozen times and you never picked up. And when I searched the internet, I saw there was a robbery at the hotel and it was evidently in your room. I was so worried. Okay, I got it. I apologize. Sorry. Thanks, Kurisu. I'm fine. It's true that I was robbed, but I didn't run into the thief. I'm taking a break right now. I just forgot to charge my phone is all. I must have really worried you, huh? No, if nothing happened, that's fine. This is weird. So far, it feels like a lot of the stuff that's happened is... I mean, obviously bad stuff happened, but compared to what happened before, it doesn't seem as bad? Question mark? I don't know. This just feels weird. Kurisu didn't seem to have changed at all. What's going on? Mao explained the events of yesterday to her, the same way she'd explained them to me. So nothing was really stolen. Kurisu seemed to be lost in thought. What's wrong? So, were they after the research data then?
But they put a lot of effort into learning about Mao-tan, right? They knew that what hotel she was staying at, what room she was in, and they were able to hit it as soon as she left. Does it make sense that they knew all that and didn't know that there was no research data in the hotel?
Daru's got a point. With how quickly and efficiently they were working, it seems kind of weird that... So maybe they were after the laptop in her bag. But the only people who should know about that are me, Maho, and Okabe.
And me too.
I see. So unless the thief was Daru or I, there's no chance they were after the laptop.
There's one other possibility.
Kurisu put her finger to her temple.
It could be my control codes.
Control codes? Is that like the admin password?
Not quite. I told Okabe about this. I know there's a space inside the Madi system that only I can access.
Yeah, you called it a secret diary, basically. I see. The control codes would basically break that open.
That's right. Any access to my system, internal or external, gets logged in that diary. Let's say someone altered the system to allow them to take me over and control me. Even if they could do that, they couldn't mess with my secret diary, so I compared the two and realized that something had been changed and then restore it.
Yeah, I got it. And the key to open that secret diary is in the control codes?
That's right. The Amadeus system and data are all under Dr. Leskinen's control, but only one person in the world knows the control codes. And that's Maho.
So they were after the control codes. Is that true?
Yeah, Kreese is right. They were after my research results, that's not the only thing they could get their hands on.
Was that stolen?
Don't worry, right Maho? Yeah. Control codes aren't written down anywhere.
Mao pointed to her temple just as Kurisu had done.
They only exist in my head.
That seemed like a dangerous way to keep them stored, honestly. If the thief found that out, they'd come after Maho herself next.
Still, this is bad news. You're right, they might be after the control codes. Can't leave Japan immediately, but I don't want to be attacked again. I don't know what to do, though. You can stay here at the lab until things calm down. Or you want to come to Mayushi's house? Thanks, Mayuri, but I can't ask that of you.
That happened in this world line, but I still found myself remembering the attack on Kagari. Neither Mayuri's house nor the lab seemed safe.
So you all came to meet you?
That's right. An hour later, we'd all gone to Ferris's condo. We all talked about it a lot and decided the best thing to do might be to have her stay at your condo for a few days.
I don't know how to say this, but...
Mao seemed hesitant, but Ferris crossed her arms and nodded, satisfied.
You made the right choice, Nya. This condo's protected by the best security systems money can buy, Nya. And Kuroki's here, too. Kuroki? The butler you just met at the door. He's a real butler. Yeah, but why does that matter?
Kuroki's the ultimate butler. He is a god.
Huh?
I'll pass on explaining any more than that. He is a god in all forms of combat. He could take down an army with one finger. Honestly, I don't know the details myself. I didn't think it was a good idea to ask him either. He's just an amazing guy, that's all.
It's not a problem for Ferris at all, Nya. You can use the guest room in the back. You can stay for more than just a few days, Mao Nyan. Just stay here as long as you're in Japan, Nya. Mao Nyan? Huh? What is it, Kiryu? Interview.
Oh, right. Interview.
I need to interview Dr. Kyajo. Oh, that's right. We were supposed to do that today. We can reschedule and meet at the coffee shop somewhere. I got Nya. Huh? My Nya can stay here too. Huh?
Huh?
That room's plenty big enough for 2 people. And you feel better with another girl around, right, Mao Nyan? Maybe, but... How about Mao Nyan? Mao Nyan?
Wait, Ferris, that's... I was about to say that it was dangerous. Moeka Kiryu could be around her. At least, I still didn't trust her. But... I think it's a good idea. Kiryu does some dirty work herself, and she said she knows self-defense, right?
Yes, I guess.
She's a lot stronger than me and Ocarine.
But... Well, Mao Nyan? I don't mind. This Sonya. Would it be a bother having the 2 of us? Don't worry about a thing, Nya. Ferris is an only child, so it'll be like having a big sister and a little sister, Nya. What? I'm an adult.
In the end, my opposition to it was completely ignored. The next day was the last day of New Year's break. I came to Akihabara for the 3rd day in a row. I wanted to visit Ferris's condo and check up on Mao. No, that's not right. I'm here to check up on Moeka Kiryu. Mao and Moeka had ended up staying together yesterday without anyone really thinking about it. Moeka would get to interview Mao, and Mao would feel better having someone around, so this was probably the best option. But I knew something about Moeka that no one else did. Moeka Kiryu was around her. She didn't know self-defense. She knew how to kill someone if she needed to. But who would she try to kill? In this world line, I wasn't looking for the IBM 5100 or making a time machine. The Rounders were probably ignoring us. I know that in my head, but... Even on the last day of vacation, Akihabara was as lively as ever. Hours were shorter than usual, but everywhere from the appliance stores to the maid cafes were still open. In fact, there were lucky bags and special New Year's sales that you could only get today, and some customers had come for those. The sidewalks were filled with girls in dazzling kimonos who'd come from nearby shrines, as well as the usual Akihabara otaku. The place was even more chaotic than usual. Come to think of it, May Queen should still be open too. Ferris and Mayuri both said that they were working there today. And it's just the 2 at the condo, huh? Kuroki should be there too, I guess. That's okay, right? was hard to imagine Moeka doing anything to Maho, like, for example, attacking her. Moeka had no reason to do that. But even if I knew that in my head, it didn't make controlling my emotions any easier. It bugged me enough that last night I'd barely been able to sleep. It's painful knowing. If I saw the two of them living together without any kind of problem, maybe I'd feel better. I hurried to Ferris's condo. Oh, this is weird. This is the first time we actually get a thing for Kuroki here. Welcome, Master Okabe. Kuroki the butler welcomed me. He was the ultimate butler who'd taken care of Ferris after her parents died and left her all alone. He still helped her in her work and was one of the few people that she had trusted completely.
I'm sorry, sir. The mistress is out at the moment.
Oh, yeah, I know. I came to see Hyajo.
The two of them are in the guest room. Please, come in.
Thank you.
Let me know if you need anything, sir.
Kuroki spun around at 180 degrees with the same trained and effortless movement as always, then went to take the shortest path back to his room.
Oh dear.
He must have tripped because he staggered slightly and stopped.
I apologize, sir.
Are you alright?
Perhaps I'm tired. How embarrassing.
Oh, no.
I'll be fine once I get a little rest. Excuse me.
His expression didn't change, but the tone of Kuroki's voice was slightly embarrassed as he headed for his room. That's rare. He's usually so robotic, so I can't believe I just saw him stagger in front of a guest. He said he was tired. Has something been stressing him out? No, for now I need to worry about Maho. Maho? You're alive? Hyajo, you here?
Okabe, come in.
What the hell? I was stunned as I came into the room. It was definitely the same guest room I'd been in several days before, but probably. But everything about it had changed. What the? What? What the hell? First, the bed was gone and had been replaced by a big desk and a low Japanese table. Ma was sitting at the desk, glaring at a 16-inch laptop as she sipped coffee from a mug. What the hell happened here? There was a small laptop on the low table, and Moeka was kneeling directly on the carpet in front of it, legs splayed tapping away at the keyboard. Behind them was a steel bookshelf, and I could see English language journals and fashion magazines sticking out of it. Until yesterday, this had been a guest room, and less than a day it had been transformed into Maho and Moeka's workspace. I'm almost done. Can you sit over there? Ma put down the coffee cup without looking away from the screen, which was filled with complicated and constantly changing 3D graphs. Moeka tapped at the keys silently without even bothering to look at me. What the hell's going on here? Did the world like change again? I quickly covered my mouth with my hand, but the two of them were so engrossed in their work they didn't respond at all. And there we go. When she had a stopping point, Ma spun around in her chair to face me.
Hello, Okabe.
She didn't seem to think anything was out of the ordinary.
Did you come see how I was doing? That's nice of you.
Yeah.
Sorry to have you come all this way, but I have to do Moeka's interview right now.
That's fine, but can you explain how this room got wrecked?
Wrecked? I think it's quite a nice environment.
It wasn't this much of a mess yesterday. Ma seemed confused for a moment, but finally seemed to understand what I was saying.
It's dangerous to go walking around, so I have to do my research here, right? So I reorganize things to make it easier to work.
How fast do you reorganize things? Reorganized? This went far beyond what I'd call reorganization. Neither Daru nor I were very good at cleaning, but we weren't this bad. Did you get all this stuff together yourself?
That's right. Kiryu said that she'd write her articles here, so we came up with a list of all the furniture and materials we need.
You turned Ferris's guest room into something completely different. Is Ferris okay with this? What?
Right?
Hi. Where did you get a desk and bookshelf on such short notice? I can write articles anywhere, but I'm a bodyguard, so I need to stay by Dr. Hyajo's side. You're so far behind the times, Okabe. You can get most anything off the net in a day these days. I asked Dr. Hyajo what she wanted and ordered off the net. That fast, though? I mean, I know that you can get things very quickly nowadays, but I don't know if I could get a shelf in a day. Jealous? I'm confused. I was sure...
Sure of what?
No, nothing. I thought the world line had changed and I hadn't realized it. But evidently I've been worried over nothing. Did you put the desk and bookshelf together on your own?
We asked the butler. He's really amazing.
Oh, so that's why he was tired. That explained a lot, but just hearing all this had exhausted me. Found a place to sit down and... caught my foot on something. I looked down to see a thick book, its pages open. What's this?
Leave that there, because I'm going to read it later. Make sure you don't turn any pages.
Later?
About 19 hours from now, as a rough estimate.
What? You've got a bookshelf. Why not put it away if you're not reading it?
I'm going to start reading it again soon, so it makes no logical sense to put it back on the shelf each time. That's not a very scientific approach.
Madam, is that how it works? I need to take a drink of water out of this absurdity.
I can't drink water!
I'm gonna choke on liquids. I looked at the floor and saw 4 other open books. That wasn't all. The carpet was strewn with papers, used cups of instant ramen, bath towels, handkerchiefs, and other things. How did you turn this room into yours in one single day without even a world line change? It's like you live here now. Their old clothes were lying out too. I saw a skirt, a t-shirt, a blouse, socks, tights, and other items of clothing. How the hell did you turn this so quickly? Does Ferris know about this? It was a lot like when I'd visited Moeka's house in the other world line before all this. Evidently, neither Moeka nor Maho were the type to worry about keeping things clean. There was enough space around the load table to move, but there was enough junk around where Moeka was sitting that it would be impossible to sit next to her. Can I move anything that's not a book or paper?
Go ahead.
Okay. Since they'd given their permission, I leaned over to pick up a pink towel. Huh? It wasn't a towel, it was a pink bruh. What? My brain utterly failed to process this new development, and I froze with my hand still holding it high in the air. Moeka kills me. Moeka was looking up at me blankly. No, this is a... well... picture. Copy this. I don't need to know that. Can't just go touching a girl's underwear. I thought it was a towel. I couldn't help it. That doesn't sound better. Like screaming through the bra away. That doesn't sound much better, Okabe. What the hell? Bruh. Moeka glanced downwards. Her cheeks were slightly flushed. Thank you, Moeka. Her hands quickly moved to cover her chest.
I didn't mean anything by it.
I tried as best I could to get out of my mind, then found a space in the corner that was still relatively clean and sat down.
Drinks are self-service. The fridge is over there.
There was a round pink fridge in the corner with plastic cups on top. It's kind of amazing how fast this room's changed. You bought a fridge too? What is Ferris gonna do with all this stuff? It's so convenient having a fridge at work. Yeah. You don't have to leave to go get drinks, so the only time you have to leave the room is to go to the bathroom. Yippee. I guess this is what happens when you get 2 people together who lack basic survival skills. These 2 are the worst encouragers of each other's behaviors.
That's just your subjective opinion.
Listen, I'm not gonna argue. I'm not gonna say like I'm the cleanest person. I mean, I don't like having things that could attract bugs in my room, but aside from that, I'm more than likely gonna have other items strewn about. Oh, mostly like papers and stuff, but come on.
I prefer to think of it as a space maximized for creative output.
It's a space maximized for bugs. Huh. It looks like I'd been worried over nothing, after all. You 2 are just enabling each other's worst tendencies, I think. Silly tendencies, but still probably not good ones. If nothing else, Moeka didn't seem to feel any animosity towards Maho, and Maho seemed to be enjoying the company. The thought of the two of them picking out furniture together honestly seemed kind of cute. I was glad I came to check on things. I'd be able to sleep just fine tonight. With my task completed, I could have just left, but I decided to stay and watch the two of them a little while longer.
Alright, Kiryu, ready to start the interview? Okay.
Moeka closed the laptop and moved it to the side, then started to go through her bag. So what exactly are you doing here?
An interview.
An interview?
We were supposed to do it in the hotel yesterday, actually.
The specialty is on the front lines of artificial intelligence research. Oh yeah, I'm supposed to write about Dr. Kyajo, what she's done and what she's working on now. I can find all that from the net, but that doesn't make for a good article, you know? So I thought maybe I could start with the long interview from Dr. Kyajo. I didn't expect you to be so serious about your job.
Alex, right.
In the Alpha World line, Moeka's job was just a cover to hide her work as a rounder. And even then, she'd been fired for incompetence, as I recalled. But in this world line, she seemed to be a hard worker. Was she actually working as a rounder?
She's done so much for me, so the least I could do is help with her work, I think. It would be good for me if more people learned about artificial intelligence, too. You right, Kiryu? Yeah.
Moeka nodded and the interview began. Or... it didn't, actually. What? What?
Well, this is the problem.
What's going on?
I knew Kiryu wasn't the talkative type, but I didn't think it was this bad.
Oh, great. The interviewer needs to be able to talk. Do you need my help?
I'm sorry.
Even I could tell that Moeka was doing a horrible job. Oh, wake up. It wasn't even an interview. It was just a staring contest. Instead of asking questions, Moeka just sat there with a memo pad and ball pen in her hands, completely unmoving. She looked like she was about to cry. Mom and I tried our best to help move things along, but it didn't work.
What should we do? Try again another day? My deadline is... my schedule's really tight. I see. Then we should finish it today. But I don't think we can turn you into an extrovert right away. I'm sorry.
Moeka apologized in a soft, thin voice. She still looked like she could cry in frustration at any moment.
Oh no. Don't get the wrong idea. I'm not blaming you. That was just the prep work. I'm listing the conditions we need to examine in order to solve the problem.
The problem?
Yes. We want to complete the interview. That's the problem. And so if Kiryu can't do it, we need someone else to do the job. Someone fairly well informed about information science too. And also someone who can help right now.
Why are you both looking at me? The two of them looked at me at the same time. Hi! Huh? Do you mean me?
I guess that wasn't a very hard problem. Think you can do it, Okabe?
No, I don't know about this.
You're perfect. It's pretty similar to your major, so you can ask solid questions. You got enough latent talent for Dr. Leston to fall in love with you at first sight, after all.
Don't flatter me, I'm just your typical Japanese university student.
I'm joking, but I do think you'd be perfect for the job.
No, but... ask for me too. I can pay a little. Thanks. That is an amazing little chibi thing. A phone within a phone saying thanks. It's so cute. Thanks. Thanks. Stop saying thanks. An interview, huh? If that would give me an opportunity to observe how they lived, and also give me some pay, that wasn't a bad idea. I've been spending enough time at the lab over the holidays that I'd been cutting into my work hours. And lately, I'd started to dream about going to Victor Condrey University, too. The chance to talk to Mao Hyajo, a very talented AI engineer, was invaluable. A lot of people probably would have paid money for it. I'll do it. I'm interested in your work, too. If you want my help, I'd be glad to help.
Thanks. That really is a big help. Thank you. Alright, let's start, Kiryu. How are we gonna get this down? I'll record it.
Moeka took out a voice recorder and put it on the desk. Okie dokie.
I can take the lead, right?
Why do you look like you have cat ears from here? What is your hair doing? Also, Moeka, I don't appreciate you staring at me, the player.
I can take the lead, right? Yes. Talk freely. I'll edit it later.
What should I ask? Just so we're clear, I don't know much more about AI than your average Japanese person.
I can just talk about whatever occurs to me, but... Why don't we make it a discussion format? That would be more interesting, I'm sure.
The second she said those words, my mind filled with memories of the past.
Well, sure, a discussion format would make things more interesting. Okabe? What's wrong? You okay?
Both Mom and Moeka were staring at me, confused.
If you don't want to do it that way...
No, it's just fine. Sorry, I just remember Kurisu said the same thing as you.
Kurisu did? When?
When she came to Japan, she gave a speech at the ATF on the time machine. No, she didn't. That happened in another world line. In this world line, Kurisu died before she ever gave that lecture on the time machine or came to the lab. No, I must have been mistaken. Sorry for getting things off track. Don't worry about me.
Yeah, I guess that's okay. So, where do we begin? Let me see. Research in artificial intelligence began almost at the same time computers were born. The core of the AI we're creating is based off what's called neural network technology. This technology was first proposed in the 1950s. ENIAC, the world's first von Neumann architecture-based computer, was announced to the world in 1946, so basically the same time, right?
ENIAC, or ENIAC, the Electronic Numerical Integrator and Computer, the very first computer built in 1947 in America. It was used to calculate artillery tables, and the mathematician John von Neumann participated in its development. It used over 17,000 vacuum tubes and was over 1,000 times faster than existing electronic calculators. However, vacuum tubes at the time were very poorly made, and several would break and have to be replaced each day. The ENIAC is often called the world's first general-purpose electronic computer, but others such as the Atanasoff-Berry computer existed before it did, thus is more precisely described as the first computer that became widely known. A type of computer architecture first proposed in 1946 by mathematician John von Neumann. Almost all modern computers use von Neumann architecture. Early computers made no distinction between what we would now call an OS and a program, and were composed entirely of physical wiring, greatly limiting their potential. Von Neumann's system was one where not only data but a program itself could be loaded onto hardware memory and needed from an external source and executed. Hey, water. Let's see if I choke this time. So I can drink water without choking on it. That's a miracle for me. Sorry.
At the time, computers were basically magic. Once the program was done, it would automatically solve any problem for you, no matter how complicated. Well, that's still true today. So scientists at the time decided that if they wrote a program that was even more amazing, it could solve even more problems. They felt that the ultimate evolution of the computer would be one that could think and learn like a human. But unfortunately, they were unsuccessful. Even now in the 21st century, we've been unsuccessful in creating an AI with general-purpose intelligence, and it's like a human.
Hello, TMM. Welcome to the stream. Hope you enjoy.
Of course, it's not like we've been sitting on our butts and doing nothing. It's the exact opposite. We failed to create the ultimate artificial intelligence, but we succeed in bringing all kinds of benefits to the field of information science. For example, OCR technology, which scans an image and reads the letters on it, is similar to the methods that humans use to recognize letters. Optical character recognition technology, the technology that allows a computer to read and recognize letters written on paper. While humans can easily read text composed of letters, it is extremely difficult for a machine to do so. At first, it was a problem in pattern recognition, which is a field of AI research, but OCR technology has advanced to the point that it's used in many commercial services. Well, thank you, TMM. I appreciate it. I heard some rumors that before long, smartphones are going to have voice recognition built into them too. That was also a field study in AI research. But even 60 years after the field had got its start, no one succeeded in creating an artificial intelligence that has the comprehensive capabilities of a human. Except for Amadeus, of course. Why did no one succeed? I suppose the simplest way to say it would be that we don't know how the brain works. Mao taps her temple with her index finger. There's still a lot about the brain that we don't know.
TMM, thanks for the follow. Hope you enjoy streams.
How can a biocomputer made of just 100 billion neurons possess such power? How is it capable of recording and instantly accessing such a huge volume of information? Why is it capable of things like insight, where two seemingly unconnected events are put together? I could come up with all kinds of examples. There are a lot of problems that humans can solve easily, but that computers can't solve at all. There are. Plenty. You could say that our job is going through each one and solving it in turn.
I think I'm having a little trouble seeing what you're getting at. Can you give me a concrete example?
Maybe I'll tell you about the frame problem.
Frame?
Let's say Kiryu was a robot.
Kiryu just looks at her like, what? Huh? Like I've been taking notes, but she suddenly jerked up when her name was said.
I'm a robot. More accurately, the AI loaded it into a robot. Kiryu, I'd like to use that table. Can you move the voice recorder a little?
Well, I can move the voice recorder from the table to the floor. Mal started to rummage through her bag as she did so.
I'm sure it's in here. Oh, here we go.
A little box. She took out a small white box, small enough to fit inside her tiny hands. She opened it and extracted the contents. Oh, sure, go ahead, TM. What's the question? It was an Upa, the same thing Mayuri collected. It's my dream? I mean... ooh, philosophy. I mean, I kind of just want to make people... I mean, I guess just... play games for people, make them happy, I guess. Maybe it's a simple dream, but... something I like doing. It was an Upa, the same thing Mayuri collected. Mo handed it to me, so I took it and touched it. It had the texture of an eraser.
Mayuri gave this to me yesterday. Cute, huh?
Was it really? I never quite understood what girls, particularly Mayuri, would find cute. I returned the Upa to her. She put it back in the box, closed the lid, and put the box in the center of the table.
I'm gonna do a simple experiment right now. Okabe, order Kiryu to take the Upa out of the box.
Order her? That's a weird way of putting it.
That's right, she's an AI, so just send her a program so that she'll perform the right movements.
Okay. The right movements.
It should be as simple and as specific as possible. For example, there are a lot of boxes in this room, but you need to tell her to open the one on the table and not any of the others. You only get to send words. No point in saying this box. Kiryu, do exactly what Okabe orders you to do. Do only what he says as faithfully as possible. Got it? Okay. Let's start the experiment. Okabe, go ahead and give your orders.
Okay. I didn't quite get the point of all this, but I decided to just say the first thing that came to my mind. Open the pure white box on the table and take out the contents.
Kiryu, that's your order. Open the pure white box on the table and take out the contents. Do as you were told, as faithfully as possible.
Mocha's gaze moved from me to the box on the table.
I can't.
Eh? Why? You just have to open the box, right? I pointed to the box in the center of the table, uncertain as to what was going on. Mocha just looked back at me, clearly upset. Mao nodded, satisfied. Are you saying that I have to be, like, more specific? Like, do I have to tell her to use her arms or something?
She can't help it. Look.
Mao picked the box up and showed me the other side. Eh? That's German. What is this? I don't know German. Der Alt Warfel nicht?
Der Alte Warfel nicht.
What is this? A phrase found in a letter written by theoretical physicist Albert Einstein to his good friend theoretical physicist Max Born in December of 1926. In English, it translates to, God does not play dice. Einstein made great contributions to early quantum theory, but he was skeptical of the field's central idea that quanta behave in a probabilistic manner. This phrase was intended to express his disagreement with this idea. God does not play dice. It's a strange phrase.
God does not play dice. Something Einstein said.
Like doesn't take risks or chance?
Kiryu couldn't open the box because of this, right? That's right.
Is it? Why? What about those words means you couldn't follow the instructions? Yeah.
It wasn't pure white.
It was like a mixed white? I mean, I guess it's not like, It's like a different shade? Huh?
Kiryu, you're exactly correct. Okabe's orders were to open the pure white box and take out the contents, right?
But the box wasn't pure white. It's like, it might look pure white to like a normal, like in a normal conversation, and it might just be like, oh, you just pure white box, but in reality it's like there's like 1% difference in its shade.
This box isn't pure white. It's got something written on it.
Oh, so you wanted us to open the box that had, so basically we should have said open the white box that has this writing on it? Is that what you're getting at?
That's why she wasn't able to open it. Computers aren't like humans. They're only capable of doing exactly what they're told. So you need to be extremely careful with how you order them.
It kind of makes me think of the whole, like a genie, like, it makes me think of, like, those scenarios where it's, like, a person gets, like, 3 wishes from a genie, but it's, like, you have to word your wish very carefully, or else the genie can, like, use the phrasing to, like, just trick you or something, to, like, have, like, a big, catch to it or something. That's what it's kind of making me think of for some reason. Where it's, like, you have to be very specific, or else you're not going to exactly get what you want. Mao put the box back on the table. I couldn't see the letters from where I was.
Shall we try it again? Okabe, try to come up with some appropriate orders based off of what you just learned.
I see. In other words, the problem was that I said pure white when I shouldn't have, right?
That's right.
So I should try making it simpler. Open the box on the table and take out the contents.
Kiryu, do what Okabe ordered you to do. Exactly what he said. Nothing more and nothing less.
Moeka turned her gaze once again from me to the box on the table. Can she still not?
I can't do it.
Now what's the problem? Moeka's brow wrinkled a little as she pointed at the box on the table. This isn't a box. Excuse you?
Huh?
Huh? Maho! Maho burst out laughing as if she couldn't contain herself any longer. Her smile seemed more childlike than ever.
Kiryu, you're a wonderful test subject. I didn't think it would go this well.
This is all just a way to reveal that she is a robot? No. I had no idea what was going on. What do you mean? Yes? Now what does it say? Mao turned the box around and explained the trick to me. This is not a... This is not a box. Thank you. Thank you, box. You wrote something on it.
These words meant that Kiryu couldn't tell for sure if it was a box or not, so she couldn't open it, right? That's right.
No. It doesn't matter what it says. A box is a box, right?
An AI doesn't know that. You need to tell it exactly what a box is.
You gotta be as specific as possible. Okay.
For this experiment, we assumed that Robo-Kiryu had a basic idea of what a box was. But as you've just seen, adjust the information they receive even a little, and an AI won't do what you want it to. Also, there's only this one box on the table, but if there were a square stone that looked just like a box, you need an order to differentiate the two. If the stone was on top of the box, you first need to give an order to move it too. So you need to remove each possibility one by one.
You'd never be done, huh? There would always be, like, another catch in a way.
Yep, never.
There'd always be, like, another thing you'd have to clarify. It's on this table, it's, that's facing this direction, with the words that look like this, or the color being this specific shade, or whatever.
You'll know what conditions can affect the AI's judgment, so you need to include every possibility you can think of.
Huh. Yeah. So...
Kiryu, what do you have for breakfast today? For breakfast today?
What was this about?
A jam bun. Did you have any choice besides jam buns for breakfast? A meat bun. If you'd chosen the meat bun, your actions might have changed. You need to take that into account too. Also, there's the weather. As well. It's clear out today, but if it was raining, you might have to take that into account. There's also the temperature and humidity of the room. The color of the table is important as well. Also, you need to measure its height from the floor to know what type of material it's made out of. That curtain's open, but what if it was closed?
So it's literally every minute possible, like, thing that can be changed. No matter how small, even just like a speck of dust, basically, at this rate.
You'd also need to test the cases where it was half open and 75% open individually as well. The cleanliness of the curtain might play a factor too. When's the last time it was clean? You also need to consider how much you paid and the cleaner's attitude as parameters. And...
Stop! I had to stop before she went any further. There's no way this morning's breakfast could influence whether or not she picks a box up off a table. Let alone how clean the curtain is. So, couldn't you just take them off the list? Mao's eyes began to shine.
That's it! That's exactly right!
Huh?
You're exactly right, Okabe. Breakfast and the weather have nothing to do with opening a box.
Then...
But how did you know that?
Because it's a difference between humans and AIs. An AI always tries to function as perfectly as it can to its specific parameters, but a human doesn't have to do that. Huh? Well, I mean, normally. And then finally, I understand the point of this experiment. Oh, nodded, satisfied. That's right. An AI doesn't know what normal is. Yeah, an AI only knows what it's programmed really to do. It doesn't think or anything. It just, all it knows is to go to, it basically only knows from point A to point B. It doesn't see any other branching routes from there. I see. That's the frame problem. An AI needs to consider an endless number of attached conditions to know how it can execute an order. The vast majority of those conditions can probably be ignored, but the AI doesn't know which to ignore, which means it has to consider everything. But everything is an infinite set, isn't it? Yeah. If it has to examine an infinite number of conditions, it will never be able to pick up that box. A human knows without having to think that at breakfast and the table's color have nothing to do with opening a box. But an AI doesn't. Huh. I guess you're right, yeah. Very interesting. A human can easily frame which conditions need to be accounted for, but an AI can't. And this is kind of like what we're trying to figure out with Amadeus, why it can basically do what it does, why it can think, basically. So that's the frame problem. I see. Interesting. Isn't it? But why are humans able to create a frame? We have no idea. It's been one of the mysteries of the AI field for 60 years. One of the goals of the Amadeus project is solving the frame problem. When you look at Karisu, it may feel like she solved it. I see. So you're basically trying to figure out why is it that why is it that the Amadeus system is able to basically act like a human? They did mention early in the game how it was almost basically like happenstance that the Amadeus system was made in the way that it was. It kind of was just like, it just kind of ended up created on accident almost, really. But now that they have it, they're trying to figure out like what is it that makes it what it is? Why is it that makes it what is it that allows it to think like a human? To make it act like a human? But we don't know how. In fact, neither does she. Of course, Amadeus wouldn't know either, because from Amadeus' perspective, Amadeus thinks like a person, and if a person can't figure it out, then... If someone that thinks like a person can't figure it out, then of course Amadeus can't figure it out, because Amadeus thinks like a person. You don't know. Didn't you make Amadeus? I can give you a dozen hypotheses, if you want them, but we've got no mathematical proof. And anyway, what I made was the mechanism for extracting and digitizing human memories, and then an AI that executed them like a brain. It's a total simulation of the brain. That doesn't mean we know how everything works. We know that if you create an object with the same mass as the Earth, it will have a gravity equal to 1g. But that doesn't mean we know how gravity works. Is that easier to understand? Not a lot easier, but I see what you're getting at. Yeah. It's like, we know that if we do this certain thing, then... It's basically like, we know that we do this certain thing, we get this certain result. We don't know why we get this certain result, but we know that we get it. You create an AI that works like a human, but how it works like a human, you don't know. That's right. But there's still a huge advance in that's still a huge advance in AI research. Research to simulate the functions of a neuron has been going on a long time. But we never found a way to create data that could function effectively. That is a complicated, intertwined web of everything that humans need, categorized and stored in their brains over decades. In other words, memories? Exactly. The structure of memories has been a mystery for a long time. I kind of have to interrupt. Moeka has not said anything for a while now. I mean, to be fair, she doesn't really talk often, but I just think it's kind of funny that Moeka's just sitting here.
But thanks to Kreesu's research, we were able to extract an entire set of memories and digitize them. We still don't know how the data itself is stored, but we know how to use it now.
And that's Amadeus.
Yes, that's right. This happens a lot in AI research. But someday, I'm going to find out what human intelligence really is. And then, Kreesu, I'll finally...
Maho suddenly fell silent in the middle of her sentence. What's wrong?
Nothing. Is there anything else you want to know? It doesn't have to be about the frame problem.
There was a lot I wanted to ask, but it felt like we had more than enough for Moeka's article. I looked at Moeka, who hesitated a second before speaking.
What is it, Kiryu? Is it possible for artificial intelligence to surpass human capabilities?
The age-old question, could AI surpass humanity?
That's an interesting question.
Well, I mean, I would say the answer is probably a good, strong, maybe. I would assume maybe it depends on how you make it. If you make it to, like, act and think and store memories and all that, if you made it basically, like, one-to-one with a human brain, then probably not, because it would just be equal with human, right? But if you allowed it to grow further than a human brain, then it'd probably surpass it, right? At least that's what I would have thought.
In terms of knowledge, Amadeus probably surpasses anyone in this room. She has Kreesu's memories, after all.
There's no matching the knowledge of a genius. I've gone up against Kreesu any number of times and learned that the hard way.
But that's just comparing her to us. The memories for Kreesu come from Kreesu herself. In other words, they're human memories. We probably need to think about whether this can truly be considered surpassing a human's capabilities. But it won't be long before we've got an AI that does more than a human can, I think. Scientists have been saying for a while that by 2050, AIs will surpass humanity. They call it the singularity point, you see. A theory proposed by mathematician Werner Vinge and inventor Ray Kurzweil. The phrase refers to a point in time where an AI is created whose intelligence exceeds our own. In Japanese, it is referred to as the technological singularity. The theory states that when this singularity point is reached, all further development will be done by AIs without any human intervention, and a non-human-centric civilization will begin to develop. This will mark a major paradigm shift in human history. Kurzweil has said that the singularity will occur sometime around 2045, and many other AI researchers, while they disagree on the exact date, say that it's going to happen as well. Opinions are divided as to what role humanity will play after this. Interesting. I mean, I don't know. Amadeus's arrival should bring that day much, much closer than we anticipated. Thank you. You're welcome.
A machine that's better than a human, huh? Seems like something out of a movie. Is that possible?
Huh. It's hard to believe I'm hearing that from an engineering student. You can't fly like an airplane, can you? You can't run faster than a bullet train or do math as fast as a cheap calculator. Even right now, the abilities of a machine far exceed those of a human. Nobody can say that the brain will be the only exception. There's no miraculous mechanism in this world that science can't explain. It's all physical phenomena, you see. Once you know the underlying principles, you can recreate it artificially. My job is to solve the riddles we don't have answers for and make a true AI. How's that work for an interview, Kiryu?
Moeka just stared at her memo pad and didn't look up.
Kiryu? Yes, this is plenty. I'm sure it will make an interesting article. Thank you too, Okabe.
Yeah, it was really interesting. It was definitely very interesting. Oh my goodness. We were... It feels weird to be looking at a different, like, scene. We were stuck looking at just Okabe, Maho, and Kiryu in the same room for, like, I don't know how long that was, but it felt like 20, 30 minutes, honestly. It feels weird to see a different area. My goodness, the sky is blue. I wanted to talk a little more, but both Maho and Moeka seem to have work to do, so I decided to leave. Should I look at the phone? Amadeus, Ryan, thank yous. Any callings? Nope. It's all physical phenomena, huh? Maho thought exactly the way most AI researchers did, but there were no black boxes in the human brain. But I knew the truth. There were things inside the brain that science couldn't explain. Just what the hell is reading Steiner anyway? Was it ever going to be scientifically explained? Oh, switching to Maho's perspective. Oops. Maho quickly choked back her yawn and looked around to see if anyone saw her. There were other people doing the same thing she was, leaning up against the railing of the bridge and killing time. Of course, they were all too focused on themselves to pay any mind. She planned on spending the day at Ferris's house, taking care of the paperwork she left over from the office's temporary closure. But this morning, she'd gotten a call from Dr. Leskinen that had sent her hurrying to Tokyo Denki University. Tokyo Denki had, it seemed, offered them a temporary room at the school while their office was closed. I don't know if I still don't trust this man for a second. This man scares me. He evil. I've seen the bad ending of this game. We have already obtained the bad ending. I know that you brainwash her in the bad ending and turn her into a monster and have Okabe tortured. Don't play funny, happy-go-lucky Doc with me now. Dr. Leskinen had called Dr. Izaki at Tokyo Denki, who had given it to them without a second thought. So now she had decided to pay the new office a visit and discuss what they planned to do for the future. The Kondo campus for Tokyo Denki University wasn't that far away from Akihabara, it seemed. Sure is nice day out, though. The sky that poked out between the buildings had the cleared color that was unique to winter. She spent the whole of yesterday cooped up inside her room, so the cold air felt good. She crossed her arms and reached upwards. She sure is late, though. Who? The reason she was standing here was that she was waiting for Moeka. Oh. Oh, there she is. Sorry, almost there.
Depressed, chibi.
No hurry, take your time. Thank you.
She didn't have to come all this way.
Mao didn't know the way to Tokyo Denki, so Moeka had kindly offered to take her there. And she asked for something in exchange.
I want to take a picture of you, Dr. Hyajo. I want to put it in the article.
Okay. Mao didn't really like having her picture taken, but if Moeka was nice enough to interview her, she wanted to do everything she could to help. Moeka had gone back to her home to get her camera. She said it was close enough to walk, so Mao decided to just wait.
She's always so excited on Ryan, though.
She closed her phone and looked up. And then she saw Moeka directly under the bridge, running towards her. Moeka!
Sorry to keep you waiting, Dr. Hyajo. You don't need to hurry so much. You want to take a break? No, I'm fine.
I'm still scared something's gonna happen. Moeka went around in front of Maho and started to walk ahead. The year had just started and the subway was empty. Maho decided to take a closer look at Moeka, who was standing next to her and grabbing onto one of the handles. Moeka realized she was being watched and tilted her head. Then she took out her phone and started to type. Maho's phone suddenly rang at the bottom of her bag. She just received a Ryan message. What's up? I see, so we can talk on the train like this. Feels strange talking to you on Ryan when we're right next to each other. You didn't look like you were doing well. It may have just been my imagination. Moeka's expression didn't change much, but Maho thought that didn't mean she had no feelings. When she looked into Moeka's thin, pretty eyes, she could see that she was an interested observer of many things. Maybe that's what you'd expect from a writer. Sorry to worry you. It's nothing. Don't worry about it. Sorry. I'll make sure you get to Denki. Oh, Dr. Hyajo. It's weird being called Dr. Hyajo. What? It's weird. Yep. You don't have to call me doctor both in the real world and on Rhine. Let's both be a little more informal. Sorry. But then what do I call you? Just call me by my name. That's what you do for Okabe, right? Jealous? That's because he's a student and younger than me. You can treat me the same way. We'll be roommates for a while, and we're both about the same age. So how about we call each other Moeka and Maho? You would never tell by looking at them, but Maho and Moeka were only a year apart. Really? and Maho was 21 and Moeka 20, which meant that she was the older of the two. Maho couldn't help but wonder what kind of deal you had to make with God to get at that height and those voluptuous breasts. Okay, game. No way. I've never called anyone by the first name. I'd be too nervous. How about Kiryu and Hyajo? Please be one of the few friends I've got in Japan. Got it, will do. Okay. And try saying it now. Moeka suddenly jerked upright and opened her eyes wide. Here? Now? Yeah. Mao nodded at Moeka's whispered question. But if we're doing it, I want it to start now. But I'm just said I'm really not good at talking to people. Defeated. Really? I thought you were just nervous because Okabe was with us last night. Like you're the kind of person who gets nervous around the opposite sex. It's true that when I talk to men, I get even more nervous. In other words, when it's just girls, it's not so bad that you can't talk. Well, maybe. Then since we're both girls, let's get along. How about this? When it's just the two of us, how about we try to talk in person instead of writing as much as we can? I'd be less bored with someone to talk to. If you're going to be a writer for a magazine, I think it'd be a good chance to practice, don't you? Question. Okay, I'll do my best. Moeka seemed to steel herself and then turned towards Maho. Hyajo. Thank you for your help with this. Yeah, you too, Kiryu. The train arrived at their station. I'm still scared. This game has taught me to never trust anything and to always be suspicious. Otherwise, you will have your hopes, dreams, and optimism crushed, maimed, murdered. The area around Tokyo Denki was quiet. Moeka told her that at the surrounding areas were offices and government buildings, which meant at this time of year there was almost no one around. She felt bad, but decided to have Moeka wait outside. The school was still on break, and so she could have waited in one of the rooms on campus, but Moeka had refused.
Okay, I'll call you when I get out.
She split up with Moeka. I don't trust Dr. Leskinen for a microsecond. Maho got very lost on her way to Izaki's lab. The school was completely empty because of the break, so she couldn't ask anyone. I swear, it's gonna be a freaking brainwashing machine from courtesy of Dr. Leskinen's insanity. In the end, she had to call Dr. Leskinen and get detailed instructions. A letter was taped to the door marked Dr. Izaki's lab. The letter had a photo of a smiling Dr. Leskinen, along with some low-resolution text that looked like it was directly printed from a PC screen.
For immediate release, Global Brain Science Comprehensive Research Organization, Japanese Office Prep Room.
That is the longest name for a singular room I've ever seen.
The founder of this establishment, Alexis Leskinen, has a request. If everyone who saw this donated just $1, I could eat a can of Odin right now.
Thank you, Dr. Leskinen.
He loves this stuff so much.
No matter how formal the setting, when the professor wanted to tell a joke, he'd do it. He really was just like a child. But his carefree personality let Maho and Kurisu relax and enjoy their work. Suddenly remembering Krisu made her heart ache a little. She suddenly realized that her sudden change of address, coupled with living with a person she barely even met, was taking its toll on her. Today, she'd finally get the chance to talk to her again. Or more accurately, the memory she'd left behind. Don't trust this.
Professor, Dr. Leskinen.
There he is. The evil one.
When she stepped inside the lab and called the professor's name, the giant in the back came running to greet her. Hey, Maho! Thanks for coming! Welcome to our powered-up prep room! Huh.
So, this table and 2 sofas are our powered-up prep room, huh?
Yes.
Yes, they say simplicity is the secret key to the truth, do they not?
Who says that?
I do! The professor clapped his hands and laughed. Mao ignored him and went to sit on the sofa. He didn't seem hurt. Now then, about our future plans.
Oh, sorry. I want to boot up Amadeus. Just give me a second.
She took out her laptop and put it on the table. Her OS, a Linux variant customized for research purposes, booted up and displayed the login screen. Mao typed in her account name in the same way she'd done 1,000 times before. OS, operating system, the basic software of a computer that controls the entire system and allows other programs to operate in parallel. Linux, an OS software developed in 1991 to be compatible with the general-purpose Unix OS. At the time, Unix was extremely expensive and not easily available, so Linus Torvalds, then a university student, developed Linux as an alternative. The code is open source, and programmers from all around the world contributed to its development until it reached a point where it could be used for commercial purposes. Many modern web servers use Linux. Okay. I'm scared. Sleary. For just a moment, she stared at the letters in her account name. She quickly put in the password and called up the desktop. And before long, Kurisu appeared on the screen.
It's been a long time, Maho.
A long time? We just talked 2 days ago.
That was an emergency. It didn't count. And even besides that, we haven't gotten to talk much lately.
It's not my fault. We were testing. During Okabe and Kurisu's communication test, Maho and Dr. Leskinen had avoided talking to Amadeus to keep from adding noise to the experiment.
Not that Okabe's talked to me a lot lately, though. Are you two maybe meeting without telling me?
You were together 2 days ago, after all.
I told you it's not like that. Where do you get these delusions that everything in the world is about romance?
It's not a delusion. It's a highly accurate hypothesis, based off of calm, dispassionate observation and analysis.
If you like that stuff so much, maybe you should have majored in it. Though given how totally wrong you are, you probably wouldn't have graduated, let alone get your doctorate.
Stop clapping! Dr. Leskinen brought his hands together in an exaggerated motion. It feels like it's been so long since I've seen this. It used to be I could always find you wherever you were on campus. Because I could always hear you yelling at each other.
Come on, Professor, stop joking around.
It just means that you're very close. You two are like sisters. Now, let's get this meeting started. We need to talk about our future plans. The person who uses their time most efficiently wins. That's another of my great quotes. I want some music. Kurisu, can you play me something? Do not play something Mozart related, I swear.
Sure.
What did I just say? A soft piano melody began to play from the laptop speakers. Game? What are you doing? Don't like it. You're preparing to have, like, something absolutely gruesome and terrifying and awful happen over some soothing piano keys, aren't you? This... Mao, do you remember? It's the song that brought us together. She'd never forget. It was what had brought them together a year ago, and it was a symbol of their relationship. A year ago, in September of 2009, Kurisu had officially joined the Brain Science Institute. She completed the graduate school's doctorate program in May of that year and had only turned 17 in July. Mao herself had joined the Brain Science Institute at an extremely young age, but her record had been beaten by quite a lot. Kurisu was a genius. Everyone who met her could tell. Dr. Leskinen had been Kurisu's advisor during the program, so Maho had met her several times. And that was enough to tell her that Kurisu was different. Kurisu never showed off her own talents. Actually, she didn't seem to think of herself as particularly intelligent at all. But that actually made it a little hard for the people around her to approach her. Whenever you talked to Kurisu, you were forced to realize that there was a gap between you and her that could never be erased. She'd learned later from Dr. Leskinen that things had been the same in grad school. It was rumored that was the real reason she'd come to America from Japan at the age of 11. No matter what she wanted, no matter where she lived, she was cut off from the people around her. That was what it meant to be a genius like her. Since Maho was a girl too, and close to her in age, she actually considered Kurisu more of a rival. Since they were working in the same field, they were going to be compared, and she didn't want to lose. Maybe that was why Maho had never thought of going to talk to her. And Kurisu was so busy learning how to work at the lab that she never come to talk to Maho. But then 2 weeks after Kurisu came to the lab, a certain classical song had changed their relationship forever. And play. There were two types of people in the world. Those who worked better with music and those who worked better with silence. From a brain science perspective, the idea that you could concentrate better with music was sheer nonsense. Whether you were aware of it or not, the sound was vibrating your eardrums and your brain was continually analyzing it. But if there was ever a public debate on the subject, Ma would want to take the first position. Theory and feelings were different. You could concentrate best with music in the background, and you could be more creative. But there was one condition. The song has to be composed by Mozart. Really? Ma whispered to herself as she turned towards the computer. She'd been running a patch on some equations for 2 full days and had finally completed. Today, she was going to spend the whole day analyzing the output. It was Saturday, so she was the only person in the lab. This is the one day she had this whole huge space to herself. So she decided to play Mozart's 11th Sonata from the speakers, not her headphones. She didn't intend to pay any attention to the music. This was more like a ritual she needed in order to concentrate. It was a warm-up exercise before she could dive into a sea of numbers and equations. Once she had dove in, she wouldn't need it anymore, so she simply stopped hearing it. She stopped seeing everything around her, too. All she saw was the numbers and equations. All that was in her head were numbers and equations. All that was left was a thinking machine named Maho Hyajo. Her mind left behind the bonds of her physical body, and the speed of her thoughts accelerated towards the infinite. It was time for another fun journey. Good morning. Oh God. Someone suddenly whispered in her ear, and Maho jumped out of her chair, lost her balance, and fell. Howdy. She looked up and saw Kurisu staring down at her, beginning to panic. I'm sorry, I didn't think you'd be so surprised. Kurisu! Don't scare me like that! I called your name a bunch of times, but you didn't seem to hear me. Oh. Mao stood up and sat back in her chair. Sorry, I was focusing so much that I didn't hear you. Yeah, I thought so. Then you should have just left me alone. Maybe Kurisu could tell she was thinking that, because she quickly added. I felt bad about it, but since I'd run into you on a weekend, I thought I should say something. And you seemed like you had just started, so I didn't think I'd be a bother. Did you just get here? Yeah, I thought I'd be the only one here. I'm surprised. And Mao realized something was strange. You said you just got here, right? So how'd you know I'd only just started working? Oh, because... Kurisu pointed to the speakers. You're still at the start of the first movement.
331. Mozart's Piano Sonata number 11 in A major, first movement.
That was a lot of words you just said at me. Mozart's Piano Sonata number 11 in A major, the Turkish March. K331 refers to the song's Köchel number, which is a numbering system developed by Ludwig von Köchel for the purpose of indexing all of Mozart's works so that people could worldwide could have a standard method of referring to them. Köchel numbers are given in order of the time of the song's creation, but as new works are discovered, or it's discovered that a song actually came out in a different year, they are sometimes updated. In the latest version of the Köchel system, the Piano Sonata number 11 in A major is K6.300I. However, the original numbers were popular for many years and are still commonly used today. Interesting. Just constantly updated, like, oh hey, you made another song, apparently.
You like Mozart? I just know a little about him. And it's really more that I just like this song. The Turkish March is more popular, but...
The third movement of Mozart's Piano Sonata number 11 in A major. The sonata is composed of 3 movements, but the third movement in particular is exceptionally famous, and often performed on its own. A normal sonata consists of 4 movements: an allegro, a slow movement, such as an andante or largo, a dance movement, and a faster finale. Since the piano sonata has only 3 movements, it violates the standard structure, but this can be considered another example of Mozart's genius. Learning a lot about music.
The melody in the first movement feels so much more pleasant, doesn't it? I agree. I'm so glad. Whenever I'm really trying to focus, I put Mozart on in the background. That's not a very scientific thing to do, I know.
Mao couldn't help but laugh as she realized Kurisu was saying the same thing she'd said earlier. In the 2 weeks since Kurisu had joined the team, Maho hadn't been quite sure how to deal with her. But now she wanted to know a little more. So she used the signal her coworkers always use when they wanted to take breaks.
Wanna get some coffee? Sounds great. There's a bunch of stuff I want to ask you.
As she watched Kurisu follow her, filled with energy, she was reminded of the pet dog she used to have. But later, she would realize that that was one of the things that made Kurisu cute. She got 2 hot coffees from the lab coffee machine, and the 2 of them talked about their research for a while. It must have been a strange sight, 20-year-old Maho and 17-year-old Kurisu debating the latest developments of cerebral physiology while drinking coffee out of paper cups. The study of the cerebrum, the part of the brain that controls human and animal actions. In recent years, the field of AI has achieved many things with a technology called neural networks that mimics the structure of the human brain. Because of this, one popular approach has been the use of an information science-based approach towards cerebral physiology. Huh. The 2 of them realized that since they'd never had someone of the same sex and age to work with, these conversations were a big help to both of them. Having the older Maho around must have been particularly a big help to Kurisu. Once in a while, Kurisu would still call her senpai, the Japanese word for an upperclassman or more senior colleague.
You know, I once heard that Einstein liked to play the violin. He seemed to have a lot of respect for Mozart. Maybe it's a tradition for scientists to like Mozart.
Maybe?
If that's true, then it's an honor.
Aww. After a short debate about their work, the 2 of them talked about Mozart until they finished their coffee. After she'd had a real conversation with Kurisu, Maho realized that she was totally different than her first impression. Every time she spoke, she smiled or pout. It was adorable to watch. The only thing she had in common with most people was her age. Most people her age was her appearance. She was a genius.
Do you know what Einstein said when someone asked him what death meant to him? No, what'd he say? Death means not getting to listen to Mozart anymore. It's a fairly famous phrase in Japan.
Death means not getting to listen to Mozart anymore. It was a more romantic phrase than she'd expect from the Einstein she thought she knew.
I had no idea.
Einstein said that, huh?
No,
He didn't.
Huh? Well, to be completely accurate, we can't prove that he didn't say it, but at least there are no records of it. What do you mean? Teresa smiled and put her finger up to her lips. A book that was published in Japan a long time ago had that phrase as a quote from another biography. But the Japanese book didn't specify which biography they got the quote from, and no one has ever found it. So the author made it up. Sheesh. We can't prove that. We can't prove that, so we can't be totally sure. But I think these words are very much what a logical man like Einstein would say. Logical? Yes, because once you're dead, you can't listen to Mozart, right? Of course not. Yes, of course not. Once you're dead, you can't listen to anything at all, not just Mozart. That's the statement is true.
I mean, I guess it's right.
See? Logical, right? You're very interesting, you know that? Intelligence and childishness all wrapped up in the same brain. I'm not childish. Sorry. I know it's a bit late, but it's a pleasure to be working with you, Kurisu.
Mao offered her hand, and Kurisu shook it with a smile. Kurisu's hand was warm.
You too, Maho.
Aww. Mozart had brought the two of them together. Kurisu was a child beloved by God, loved by God. Everyone was amazed and astonished by her unmatched creativity. Everyone including, of course, Maho. Something. Felt like she had to remember something important.
Good morning.
Someone suddenly whispered in her ear, and Maho jumped off the sofa.
What?
Kurisu was right! At some point, Dr. Leskin had picked up the laptop and taken it behind Maho's back. Kurisu was on the screen laughing at her. Evidently, the professor had brought it close to Maho's ears and made Kurisu whisper to her. Bruh, that's evil. The AI version of the dead person just doing the same thing from a long time ago. That's messed up.
You were adjusting your concentration mode, weren't you? No matter how many times the professor called your name, you wouldn't come out of your own little world. Oh. Sorry.
I'm impressed that you can continue your research even while this emergency is going on. The professor put the laptop back on the table and sat in the sofa across from her. And then they started the meeting. She discussed their future plans with the professor. One of the options that came up was going back to America. Something kept bugging Maho the whole time during the meeting. When she was remembering how she met Kurisu, she was also remembering something else. Saleri. Maho's user account name. She picked it a month after Kurisu had died. For some reason, she couldn't stop thinking about it. Saleri. After she finished her meeting with Dr. Leskinen and left school, she realized it had started to rain.
Huh. So it did rain. Japan's weather reports are surprisingly accurate. I wonder if Kiryu stopped in some shop somewhere.
Just as she went to take out her phone and send a message to her, she got a message out of her own from Kurisu. It was fun talking with Sawayama today. Tell me about Okabe next time. I had fun too. I've said this before, but it's not like that. Frog. She was about to snap and say something back when she saw Moeka in her field of vision. What the? Oh, what are you taking a picture of? She'd opened her folding umbrella and was crouching by the side of the road with her phone out. When Maho approached, she saw a flower blooming between the asphalt and shrubbery. Moeka was trying to take a picture of it. Why are you taking a picture of the flower? I mean, it's pretty, sure, but... Shouldn't you wait for maybe better weather conditions to get a better photo?
I'm sorry. Sorry, Kiryu. I'm done.
Hi. Apparently Maho has her own umbrella. Where'd you get this? Moeka looked up and opened her mouth hesitantly. Hyajo. Ma was happy that she said her name.
You were taking pictures of the flowers.
Yeah. Moeka nodded and looked back toward the ground. There was a tiny flower blooming where the asphalt met the shrubbery. There were no other flowers like it in view. The wind must have brought it here. The flower's color was striking, but something, perhaps the rain, made it look sickly. Moeka took a picture of it. Then another, and another. The umbrella in her hand seemed to be stopping her from taking a good picture.
Want me to hold your umbrella?
No, I'm fine.
It's fine, it's fine.
Aw. Mao practically yanked the umbrella out of Moeka's hands. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Moeka used both hands to steady her camera, then when it came into focus, she pressed the button. A moment later, she stood up, satisfied. I got a good photo. I'm all set.
Are you getting ready for my portrait?
Moeka shook her head.
I can't take your picture. It's raining. I always take pictures of landscapes. You like taking photos?
Moeka shook her head again.
It's proof. Proof of where I was today. Proof? Yeah. What do you mean?
Eh? And then she heard the sound that meant she'd received a Rhyme message.
Is that from Kurisu again? I got one too. It's from Ferris. From Ferris?
Uh-oh. Disaster, the 314th prophecy of Fatima has come to pass, Nya. The hearts of men will have lost the will to believe, and the seal created by the sacrifice of the ancient Incan civilization has been broken, Nya. Ferris, what the hell are you talking about? It's only a matter of time before the Dark God, the master of Pluto, revives Nya. What are you talking about? A dwarf planet discovered in 1930 by astronomer Clyde Tombaugh. For years it was defined as the ninth planet from the Sun, and due to its status as the most distant planet, it often appeared in fiction. However, later developments in astronomy revealed that there were many other planets that were roughly the same size as Pluto, and a fierce debate ensued as to whether they should be counted as well. In the end, the International Astronomical Union updated the term dwarf planet in 2006, and Pluto was classified as one of these. Pluto. Not only the Earth, but the whole Galactic Federation is in danger, yeah. What happened, Ferris? Summon the House of Lords and the Senate immediately. The president is missing, but I'm sure he's flown off in Air Force One or something to fight the enemy himself, yeah. I'll start the ceremony to seal him away once more, yeah. Are you texting the right person? I want you to buy me time, I want you to buy time for me until it finishes, yeah. Thanks. Wait, what are you talking about? What? That's a joke, yeah. But really, there's big trouble, Nya. What? What happened? I'll explain later, Nya. There's a critical mission I want you to do before you head back to the condo, Nya. What happened? Both Maho and Moeka looked at each other, confused by Ferris' strange message.
Welcome, both of you, Nya. The time limit approaches, but there's still time, Nya. Is everything ready, Nya?
It's ready.
Yes, yes. Then let us begin, Nya. This operation name is... All Night Cinderella Girl Secret Party. Shocking sleepy confessions.
I love the panda thing that... I love the panda outfit that Maho has. It's so cute. And Moeka is not happy to be here. Honestly, both Moeka and Maho are not happy to be here. Did you just want to have a snack party, Ferris?
What's wrong with you? You're so low energy, Nya. You don't get many chances to have a girls' night. Let's have fun, Nya.
I guess we can.
But I didn't think that
the important mission you had for us was skipping dinner.
I thought something. I was full expecting someone had been stolen from their room. The two of them had suddenly gotten a message that Ferris was having a girls' party that night. Ferris had asked them to skip dinner so that they'd have empty stomachs for the party. And both Ma and Moeka had done so.
Okay, eat whatever you want, Nya. I bought something a little pricey for the cakes and ice cream, Nya.
Ferris started to rummage through the plastic convenience store bags with a smile. Normally, Ferris acted like she was rich, and in fact, she was rich, so she could have easily purchased the most expensive cake that either of them had ever tasted. But she realized that the right cakes and ice cream for a party like this were the ones you got at a convenience store, and she purchased them without any hesitation. Mala thought that must be one reason why the customers and maids at May Queen admired her so much. She'd been working short-staffed at May Queen since the start of the year, so it had to have been hard. But she wasn't showing any signs of exhaustion at all.
What's wrong, Nya? Did you fall in love with Ferris, Nya? I always love it when the girls fall in love with me, Nya. It's not like that. Don't be so embarrassed, Nya. I'm happy you seem to like your present too, Nya.
Oh, are these outfits given by Ferris?
Those panda pajamas look great on you, Nya. Just like that.
I love the panda pajamas.
It's not that I like them. It's just rude not to wear something as a gift.
The hooded panda pajamas that Mala was wearing were a gift from Ferris.
I don't mind saying the fact that it fits perfectly, but this is definitely a child size. You're like a little doll, so I'm sure anything looks good on you, Mahanyan. Stop calling me that, I said. And please, don't think you're going to make me wear a different pair of animal pajamas every day. Yeah. What? Mahanyan, can you remind me? How'd you know I already had a week's worth lined up?
Yeah. Oh dear God. It may be time to move.
You already bought them!
Meanwhile, Moeka, just as Ma was starting to realize that Ferris was just toying with her, Moeka was covering her mouth with her hand and trying not to laugh.
Kiryu? Moenyan? Sorry, I didn't mean to laugh, but...
Ma saw Moeka smile for the first time, so this was how she smiled.
That smile's so cute, Nya. Let me see more, Nya.
Oh God! Ferris's eyes sparkled in a dim light. Without warning, she leapt upon Moeka and started to tickle her sides. No! No! Fierce monster! Moeka was evidently very vulnerable to tickling. She squirmed as tears formed in her eyes and she started to gasp for air. Freaking Maho is just confused with her chocolate ice cream pop.
No, no. Feel like I'm doing something not. Stop it!
You are no... Ferris, how are you no better than Daru?
Yeah.
Ferris backed off as Moeka panicked and gasped for breath. Poor Moeka.
Sarah's amazing, though. Yeah.
Ferris and Maho looked at each other and spoke.
Then...
Stop it! What are you doing? Bruh, do not zoom in on that game! Moeka was wearing crimson baby dolls or pajamas. It was the kind of a doll lingerie you can never imagine a girl like her wearing. Of course, she seemed unaware of this and had seemingly chosen it because it was easy to move around in. But with Moeka's natural proportions, it ended up looking incredibly sexy. And on top of that, her massive... Stop it! Moeka apologized as she gasped for breath. Miles shook her head to drive away the strange feelings.
Well, whatever. Okay, let's start the party. Bring the children, Nya. Tonight, no one gets any sleep, Nya.
No one gets any sleep was Ferris's idea of a joke. She had work early next morning. The party lasted exactly 2 hours and they talked the whole time. Actually, Ferris talked the whole time and Maho and Moeka would occasionally answer. At most sleepovers, girls talked about fashion and romance maybe, but these girls weren't interested in those things. Instead, they talked about work and their futures. It was fun to see a different side of each other as they spoke. Moeka, for instance.
I'm writing a novel. For fun.
She said she'd been reading one of the web novels that were popular lately and had decided to write one herself. What's more, she said it was a romance with some really steamy scenes. Moeka?
Let me read, yeah. I can't. I haven't even finished the first chapter.
Moeka refused, but Ferris and Mao made her promise to let them see it when it was finished. Ferris had something surprising to say, too.
I'm not going to quit being a maid, but I want to get married, yeah. I like a lot of kids, yeah.
Ferris had lost her family when she was young, so she wanted a big family of her own, and as soon as possible. It was probably going to be a very lively family. You think? For the last 30 minutes, Ferris talked Maho into giving a lecture about AI research. Maho gave a slightly less formal version of the interview she'd done yesterday. She talked about the framing problem, about Amadeus, and about a future where AI surpassed humans. Ferris was interested in more than anime culture. She was into technology and gadgets as well. She paid close attention to what Maho had to say. As Maho spoke, she realized that Moeka was starting to look depressed. Eh? Moeka?
Kiryu, what's wrong? You getting tired, yeah? That's not it. I'm scared of the future. Scared of the future? Yeah. Once there's an AI that's better than humans, I think a lot of people are going to lose their jobs. I will probably be one of them. And that scares me.
So that was it, Ma thought to herself. Ma had only lived with Moeka for a few days, but she'd started to figure out her personality. She was a very pretty girl with amazing proportions and good at her job, but Moeka seemed to think that she was worthless. She thought that nobody needed her and that if someone better than her appeared, they would quickly take her place. And once that happened, and enough that there was no place left where she belonged, then what would happen to her? That scared her.
It's okay, Kiryu. That's right, Nya. You don't need to worry, Nya. I don't have any special talents or smarts like you two. Anyone can take my place. Anyone can do a better job than me. I'm not as talented as you two. So what? So someone could take your place. So someone's better than you. So what? Nya? There are a lot of scientists who are more talented than I am. And maybe someday the AI I invent will write a paper better than I ever could. But so what? At Dr. Lesson's lab at Victor Condrey University, the nearest desk to the entrance is my seat. The door wasn't put on right, and the wind always blows through it, but you can always hear people chattering in the hallway. That's my seat. Even if the universe itself were to end, I'm not giving that seat up to anyone. Even if a more talented scientist or a more talented AI wants it, I'm not giving it up.
Just be you, Moeka. Maybe not murderous you, but I won't tell you that no one can. I won't tell you that nobody can take anybody's else's place. That's just a platitude. There really aren't that many jobs in society where you're truly irreplaceable. But that doesn't mean you just have to hand everything over. Because I'm me, not someone else. I am me. And it doesn't matter how talented you are. Let's say there was a bio-robot that was identical to Ferris right down to the molecular level, and it could do a better job of serving you than she could. I'd still rather ask Ferris. Even if it cost me 10 times or 100 times more, I wouldn't ask the robot. We're here for Ferris, not the robot. There's no real reason for this. I just want to drink the tea she makes. That's what I'm saying. So, Ma was getting so emotional she didn't know what to say next. She realized that Moeka and Ferris were staring at her in shock. Sorry, I just kind of...
I am me. Maybe I am.
Moeka smiled a little.
Monya!
Ah! Assault! The next instant, Ferris was on top of her, squeezing her tight. Help! Help!
Wait, what's going on?
Help! Ferris was smiling at her with dewy eyes. Ah!
That was so moving, yeah. I didn't realize you loved me so much.
Freaking Moeka, don't smile at this! Help me!
I love you too. I'll make you tea for the rest of your life, yeah. Is that what I just said?
Help! The next few minutes were a struggle to stop Ferris from rubbing her face against her cheek. Help! Oh hey, we're actually back. How long were we as Maho there? My goodness. We were playing as Maho for a very long time there. I sighed a little as I got off the train at Akihabara. Come to think of it, I've come to Akihabara 5 days in a row. New Year's was our trip to the shrine. On the 2nd, I'd come to deal with the aftermath of that, and then the world line changed. On the 3rd, I'd come to check on Maho and Moeka. On the 4th, that is yesterday, Mayuri invited me to the New Year's party at May Queen. I hadn't come to Akihabara every day like this since last summer.
What's going on with Ferris, you think?
I don't know. I never can tell what she's thinking. There was a reason I brought Mayuri to Akihabara. Oh gosh, I'm still scared. Koma, I mean Ocarina, big trouble, and yeah, today 32, right, yeah, but anyway, this really is trouble. Become Ferris, work all day, you know what I mean, invite Mayushi. Basically, something bad happened to Ferris' house and she wanted my help. Relie? An ancient island in the Cthulhu mythos that fell below the sea during an earthquake. Now is an undersea city located at 47.9 S, 126 degree 43 west in the South Pacific between New Zealand and the western coast of Chile. I'm not sure. The stars become right, a term used to describe a certain stellar alignment in the Cthulhu mythos. When the stars become right, Cthulhu, one of the great old ones, will awaken from his ancient slumber. The name for a phenomenon where the planets in the solar system line up in relation to the sun. This can occur anywhere from once every few decades to once in several centuries. The most recent was in 1982, and the next will be in 2161. There is no scientific value to this phenomenon, but it creates ideal conditions for visiting several planets at once. For this reason, it was used in a Voyager project. Since the visual impact is very striking, planetary alignments are very common in works dealing with the occult. Did something happen to Hyajo and Moeka? Everything seemed normal when I talked to Ferris yesterday.
That's not true. Ferris has been working really hard the last few weeks and she's been getting really tired. But she never complains. No matter how hard it gets, she's always cheerful. But this time she's actually come to you for help. Something really bad must have happened, maybe.
We decided to hurry to Ferris's house. Please be okay. Huh? We called Ferris's condo from the first floor entrance, but there was no answer. Is Kuroki not in? But at least Maho and Moeka should be.
They're not answering, huh?
That's strange. I tried again, and this time got a response.
Hi.
Hello. This is Okabe.
Hi.
Yes, the mistress told me. Come on up. I'm scared. I don't know this game. Mario and I looked at each other, shocked by the tone of his voice. Game, you just had so much cute and happy things happening. Don't do it. What happened? Even when he came to greet us, Kuroki was too exhausted to give us his usual elegant welcome. Master Okabe. What the hell? Kuroki called my name, weakly, and then the next moment he collapsed to his knees like a puppet with its strings cut. Kuroki! This way, the Akio clan is doomed. I don't know! Kuroki, what's wrong? Okabe,
You must escape. You mustn't stay here.
What happened?
I don't know. I can't believe the things I've seen.
Seen, what did you see? Kuroki tried to say something, but then gave up and shook his head. Then he slowly raised his arm and pointed to the end of the hallway.
The guest room. In there.
What? That's where Ma and Moeka were. Did something happen to them? Mayuri, take care of Kuroki. Okay. Come on. I left Kuroki in Mayuri's care and ran to the guest room. The door of the guest room was shut. Kyajo, Moeka, hear you. Are you alright? Why don't you answer me? Damn it, I'm coming in. What? How? How could this have happened? I couldn't believe my eyes. What the? No! What do you mean? No, it's worse! It's worse! What do you mean? The scene was indescribable. The only words I could come up with were a palace of junk. The desk and bed were still where they'd been, but everything else had changed. Books, notepads, and other strange objects were piled up on the ceilings in layers. Ome's store has a temporary pile of books that become a wall that reached the top of the room. Walls made of hundreds of books that were scattered about the room, forming a small labyrinth. In some places. The path was so narrow you needed to turn sideways to get through. The light from the ceiling no longer reached the floor, so small lights had been set up on the carpet, on the top of the carpet. They were like torches in an underground labyrinth. Bro! What the hell? Maho! Moeka! What are you two doing? Strangely, the space wasn't dirty. The result of Maho and Moeka's attempts to maximize their creative output was the construction of a labyrinth in the guest room. In a sense, it was the highest application of the principles of functional beauty. But it was still a palace of junk. What have you done to Kuroki? Let the man rest, please! Ma was humming as she typed into her keyboard. She had a big pair of headphones on. Bro! Friggin' poor Ferris and Kuroki. They're just having their house turned into freaking junk island. What happened? Moeka was kneeling on the carpet with her legs splayed, typing into her laptop at the low table. She too was wearing headphones. What are you two doing? What the hell happened? Mao saw me standing in shock at the entrance and took off her headphones.
Oh, Okabe. Hello.
Moeka took her earphones off too.
Hello. This room is amazing, huh?
It's fascinating for all the wrong reasons. Mayuri was so astonished she couldn't think of anything else to say. Did these two realize how much it took to freak out Mayuri?
What's wrong, you two?
What do you mean, what's wrong? What the hell happened to this room?
The room? Is there something strange about it?
You two are enabling each other's worst tendencies. Stop it. This room is going to become... You're barely going to be able to move. This room's going to... What the hell? Everything's strange about it. It wasn't like this 2 days ago.
Oh, is that it? The passage of time brings change for things and people, and of course rooms. What do you think? It's so much more functional this way, isn't it?
This isn't your house. Maho, Moeka, this is not your guys' house. This is Ferris's home. You can't do this to Ferris. Or Kuroki. Poor man's about to collapse. Or, no, he has collapsed. The fact that Maho didn't seem to find anything wrong with this at all made my head hurt.
It looks like you could go on an adventure.
For her part, Mayuri was wandering through the labyrinth excited. There were screens to divide the different parts of the room. The screens were different colored baby doll lingerie. Excuse you?
These are cute.
What is happening?
I chose the colors when I hung them.
What?
Wow, you're right, Moika. You got lots of grown-up underwear, huh?
Mayuri, I'm sorry, but can you leave this discussion before it gets any more complicated?
Oh, sure.
I see why why Ferris needs help now. I tried talking to Mao and Moeka, but couldn't get any useful information. Please, this is Ferris's home, not yours. What have you done to her house? Bro, at this rate, friggin' Ferris and Kuroki are gonna have to move out and find somewhere else to live. When it came down to it, neither of them understood that this room was as messy as you could get. Everything they needed was always within arm's reach, so the two of them thought it was as pleasant a place to work and live. Poor Ferris and Kuroki. This is definitely the reason why Ferris had come to me for help, and why Kuroki seemed to be on the verge of death. You're gonna work this old man until he's nothing but bones. You want Skeleton Butler? This is how you get him, apparently. Rattly Bones. Kuroki, the Akiya family's ultimate butler, had a policy of not letting a single speck of dust exist in a room. This room, just looking at this room, probably give him a heart attack. These two must have driven him over the edge. I am so sorry, Ferris and Kuroki. I did not... At this rate, these two are gonna go insane and kill them. Explain the terror in his eyes. He probably tried to clean this room up when they first started living here. Thinking back, he'd been acting strange when I came here 2 days ago. I am so sorry. But why did Ferris come to me? What am I supposed to do? Scold them? What's that gonna accomplish? And I don't know why she told me to bring Mayuri either.
Mayushi had a brilliant idea. Ferris probably wants this room cleaned up. That's why she called Mayushi. If you come alone, you might have given up, right?
Oh god. If we try cleaning up the room, they're gonna kill us, though. Yeah, probably. I was looking at an entirely new structure. It wasn't something you could just clean up. If I'd come alone, I might have just turned tail and run. Screw this, I'm out of here. It would take a team of professional cleaners a full day to clean this thing up. This wouldn't be worth it unless I was getting paid. Ferris, I expect compensation. You realize the hell you're about to put me through? I wanted to complain, but I was the one who asked Ferris to let Maho stay here. I had to do it. Oh, Christ. You two are cleaning this room up today. No complaints, okay? It's the lady of the house's orders.
Yeah? I'm not sure I agree, but whatever. Got it. Okay.
I'll have to call everyone I can think of to come help, but where do we even start?
I know. Mayushi had another brilliant idea. Why don't we get Sergeant Clean to help?
Whomstead? Sergeant Clean, what's that?
Sergeant Clean is very good at cleaning. Mess with your room, the stronger your power level grows, they say.
Who's Sergeant Clean? You know them?
Yep, it's someone you know really well.
Huh? Someone I know well. I'm scared. And for completely different reasons from earlier. Do I want to know who Sergeant Clean is? Oh god. Oh god. Already brought me to the lab. Or more precisely, the Bronto... Is it freaking Tanuchi? To the Bronto workshop on the first floor of the building where the lab was. Is it freaking Tanuchi? Hello, small child. Don't tell me the child is Sergeant Clean. I swear to God.
Hello, Clean.
Mayuri, it's Naya, your Sergeant Clean.
Yep.
You cannot put a child through this. Mayuri! Mayuri, you cannot put a child through this! Did you see the hellscape of that room? How is this child going to take care of it? I know that in the Alpha World line, that in one of the Alpha World line, like, timelines, she was an insane murderer, but I don't know if she was an insane cleaner. I mean, she certainly cleaned up things in one aspect, but not this way.
Nae-chan's really good at cleaning.
We are not putting a child through this.
She cleans the store in her home every day, right?
That's depressing. Do you?
I do. Nae wipes down the onto boobs every day, but I do all the rest myself.
Come to think of it, I've never seen any garbage on the floor of the Bronze Tube workshop.
Oh, it's not that Daddy doesn't like clean. I just really love it.
Mayuri, if something bad happens to this child, I am holding you fully accountable.
Whenever I see garbage on the floor, I feel like I have to pick it up. Mommy used to always say that a messy room indicated a messy mind.
Tell that to Moek and Mao. I see. But why Sergeant Clean? Nae's eyes went wide and her face blushed.
Big sis Mayuri! I told you not to tell anyone! Sorry, but we need Sergeant Clean's help. I'm not Sergeant or anything like that. I feel excited when I'm clean. It's true.
Nae looked to be on the verge of tears. Mayuri, what the hell kind of idea was this? Well, a girl her age might want to be called Sergeant, maybe. Madame Clean? Oh no.
Can you do it? Feel Mayushi and her friends? You won't call me Sergeant anymore? Yep, I won't. Okay. I'll clean. I want to go to Miss K's house too. But I don't want to go alone. Don't worry, everybody will come with you, right, Green?
Yeah, I'll ask everybody I can find.
Okay, I'll go get ready, so wait for me. I'll go home and get the hat.
Hat? What do you mean the hat? Oh god, is there an actual reason you call her Sergeant? Oh god. She's just gonna transform into ultra buff Nae. I swear to god. The hat? What's she talking about?
You'll know soon.
I don't know if I'm prepared mentally for this. What is this child? 30 minutes later, Kabuki, Kaede, and Daru were the ones who answered my call. We met up with Nae and headed to the garage pit that Ferris's condo had become. And then Sergeant Clean revealed herself before us. Oh god! I see why she's called Sergeant.
I am Sergeant Clean, your drill instructor. Listen up, until this room is clean, you are inchworms, the lowest form of life on Earth.
What is happening? What is happening? This is not what I would have expected when getting an ending for this game.
You people are not appliances. You are worthy of being called vacuum cleaners. You're only good for stretching out and squeezing up on top of a leaf. Because I am hard, you will not like me. But the more you hate me, the more you will learn. I am hard, but I am fair. I'm only interested in getting this room sparkling clean. Got it, inchworms?
Mayuri!
What is it?
What the hell is this? What the hell is even that? What the hell is that? Mayuri, what happened to the child?
Nice personality kind of changes when she cleans, you see.
To a drill instructor? Actually, considering her dad's Tanuji, maybe it makes sense? Question mark?
I don't actually know about that. That's not a personality change. She's a totally different person.
Kill village associates district sergeant and cuss you out. In our world, that's a good thing.
Daru, I'm gonna throw you out the window, and you're not gonna want that from this freaking 50-story building.
Daru,
Can it?
I hope she gets a nice bird once we're done cleaning.
Daru, window, now.
Like, now it's clean up.
Who said that?
Just destroyed. Man, I said, man.
No talking. The only words that out of your filthy sewer holes will be yes and no, got it? You will say Mistress Nye for every word, got it?
Mistress Nye, yes, Mr. Nye. I can't believe I got it real low.
What are you grinning about? Listen up, from now on your name is Mr. Smile.
Hey, remember how World War III is supposed to start within like half a year's time in this game? Remember? Bro, what did the... Mr. Snide, yes, Mr. Snide.
Do you like that name, Mr. Smiley Bear?
Mr. Snide, yes, Mr. Snide. I don't know if it matters, but Mr. Snide, yes, Mr. Snide's really hard to say.
You have a problem with that, Mr. Smiley Bear?
Mr. Snide, no, Mr. Snide.
Are you screwing with me, Mr. Smiley Bear?
Mr. Snide, no, Mr. Snide.
I'll hop to it, Mr. Smiley Bear, and I want you to wax the floor in the hallway 10 times in the next 30 seconds. Hop to it, go! 1, 2, 3.
Mr. Snide, yes, Mr. Snide. I'm gonna kill Daru. At least one person's enjoying this, I guess. I'm going to kill Daru.
Maybe you were lucky that Yuki couldn't make it today.
I don't know anymore. The child has turned into a drill sergeant of cleanliness. What do you expect me to think? Kaede and Fubuki happened to be in Akihabara, so they had offered to help, but Yuki had worked and couldn't make it. Lucky. For the sake of the Hashida family's future, I was glad. Mom and Moeka had already given up on trying to match Nai's high energy, and were taking their time washing the windows and on the veranda.
Okay, next. You, the pretty girls.
Oh god.
Me? Pretty? You think so? Tell me, why did you join my beloved court? We just came because we were asked to. Yeah, what's going on here? I'm asking the questions here.
Oh god, the child's angry.
And you will answer my questions.
Yes, Mr. Snae.
I'll ask you one more time. Tell me why you volunteered for my corps. Mr. Snae, to clean Mr. Snae. And let me see your clean, but...
Tanuji, what the hell did you do to your... Actually, I don't even know if it's Tanuji's fault. Maybe Tanuji also gets freaking lectured by his own child.
Clean face? Come on, let's go, Kaede. What? Ain't clean hell. Ain't clean hell? Fubuki's really getting into this, huh?
Kurishima seems to be having a bit of a bad time.
You two, why are you talking?
I don't know.
Take that big turgid black thing down onto the garbage dump.
But I'm a person! Big turgid black... What?
That garbage bag, right? Yep, that's right. Now get to work. Mr. Snae, yes, Mr. Snae.
Mr. Snae, yes, Mr. Snae.
I can't hear you. You think you can clean this room like that? Put some damn energy into it. Louder.
Mr. Snae, yes, Mr. Snae.
And the rest of you, you got time to grind, you got time to carry garbage.
Oh god.
Once that's done, we're polishing every doorknob in the house until it shines.
Yes.
You will not laugh, you will not cry, you will polish tables, and you will be glad to do it.
Help! Help me! Help me! And so the sergeant kept us cleaning until late into the night.
Thank you so much for helping today, Nya. I'm so happy, Nya.
Rumiho, put more strict regulations on those two so we never have to do this again, please. I swear to God. I was worried for a while, but thanks to you, I've recovered. I made a special dinner tonight, so please enjoy.
I'd like to ask Safe Hero Nya to do the toast, Nya. Me?
You're the perfect person to do it, Sergeant.
Uncle O'Cream, you promised not to say that. Come on, you can do it, Nya. Okay. Thank you all for helping clean today. Cheers.
Cheers. It's perfect now. It took about half a day, but with Naya's help, we finished the cleaning. It looks much better now. When Kuroki saw the clean room, he recovered and made us a huge dinner. Naya had seemed like a totally different person during the cleaning, but now she was back to normal. The child is scary. You know, I probably should have realized that she'd be scary from the freaking fact in the Alpha World line. She was an insane psycho murderer because of her father's death, thinking it was because of freaking Okabe's fault. But, yeah, we're just gonna leave it there. She's holding a cup filled with orange juice in both hands and happily talking to Kaede.
So you can play the piano, Big Sis Kaede? Wow. It's not that special. I'm more interested in music history. I can only play a few things. No, that's amazing.
Kai's modesty was only setting Naya off even more.
Kaede, why not play a song for Mistress Naya? There's a piano right over there.
A small upright piano was in the corner of the living room. It was perfect.
I want to hear the piano. I'm not good enough to play for anyone. I can't play, so I know the piano would be really happy if you used it, yeah.
Of course, I keep it tuned at all times.
I don't know. Okay, just one song.
Okay. Kaede sat in front of the piano and lifted the cover over the keys.
What should I play?
She seemed happy as she stared at the keys and thought.
Maybe you know this one, Nai. I do, the Turkish March. That's right.
Her 10 fingers danced between the black and ivory keys, and a cheerful melody filled the room. She'd been very modest, but it was clear that she had a lot of talent. As the song played on, the rest of the group stopped talking and moved to the chairs and sofas around the piano. And then... Maho? Maho, who had been sitting next to me, suddenly stood up. The sound echoed throughout the room a little louder than she thought it would.
I'm sorry. Don't let it bother you. I'll keep talking, okay?
Maho kept standing up as if lost in thought. Yajo, is something wrong?
No, it's nothing. I forgot I had a call to make for work, that's all. Sorry, I'll be right back.
Maho quietly left the room. Felt like something was strange. I thought for a moment that, and then suddenly looked where she'd been sitting. Maho's phone was still in the seat. So she wasn't making a call after all. I was a little worried, so I took her phone and left the living room. Maho? The door to the guest room was open. I peeked inside and saw that Ma was standing in the middle of the room with the lights off. Can I come in? She didn't tell me no, so I went on inside and put the phone on the desk. You left it on your chair. You can't make any calls with this without this, huh?
Thanks. I didn't realize I'd forgotten it. You're really upset, huh?
Upset? If you want to talk about it, we can.
Yeah. It's not that big a deal, but maybe telling somebody would make me feel better. You know the title of that song she was playing?
The Turkish March, right?
Yeah, it's Mozart. More precisely, K331. Mozart's Piano Sonata number 11, third movement. Sonata number 11 has 3 movements, and the third, the Turkish March, is very famous. But I actually like the melody from the first movement more. And Krisu said she did too. I was just remembering that. Okabe, have you heard of the movie called Amadeus?
I wasn't sure how to handle the sudden change of subject. I know the basic plot, I guess. It's about a musician who's jealous of Mozart's talents, right?
That's right. Antonio Salieri. In the movie, he's depicted as a man whose life is ruined by Wolfgang Amadeus Mozart. He had a bright future as a musician, but Mozart's God-driven talents made him jealous and drove him to despair. While everyone else was bewildered by Mozart's strange antics, he was the one person to see the talent underneath. The talents that gave him the name Amadeus, beloved of God. Salieri was a hard worker, and he couldn't handle the fact that Mozart's innate talent brought him fame. And finally, he drives Mozart to the brink.
Drives him to the brink.
Yeah, he drives Mozart to his death.
This is just in the movie, right?
I don't really know the details. But I had heard that there was some strange circumstances surrounding Mozart's death, and that he could have been poisoned. There's a theory that Salieri may have poisoned him.
What are you getting at here?
A month after Krisu died, the school network's got a big update.
Oh, I jumped to another subject again.
And so we all had to pick new usernames. I picked Salieri without really thinking about it. I wanted it to go with the name of the AI, Amadeus.
I knew that. I'd seen her login once in Wako City's offices.
But maybe there was more to it than that.
More to it? What do you mean?
Maybe I named myself Salieri not because of Amadeus, but because of Krisu. To me, Krisu is Amadeus.
In other words, Ma recognized Krisu's talent more than anyone, and at the same time, she was more jealous of her than anyone else in the world. Just like Salieri. Hyajo. I didn't know what to say. I could see Maho's shoulders shaking a little. And then... Oh. Hello? Both Ma and I turned in the direction of the noise. Oh, Maika. Maika was standing outside the door, looking troubled.
I'm sorry. It's fine. Don't worry about it. What's up? I need to get Tanuchi back home.
You're right. I'll walk her home. Just give me a second.
Hyajo, are you okay? Huh? You look like you're in pain. Yeah, I'm fine. I just haven't moved around like this in a long time, so maybe I'm a little tired. I see. Okay, I guess. See you later.
Maika went back to the living room. That was a surprise. I've never seen Moeka talk so much before. I've never seen her talk that much in any world line, actually. And what's more, she'd been able to read Ma's expression and even worry about her. Maybe living with Ma was having an effect on her.
Sorry, Okabe. Forget what I just said.
Huh? Okay, sure.
Thanks for listening.
Anytime, I guess. Ma smiled a little and left the room.
Exist my earring. Let's go there next. Okay, let's go. Ready? Start.
Stop running, you two!
win! I lost. You run so fast, Nai.
Both of you, it's not safe to run when it's this dark.
It's not fine, right? Right.
It was getting late, so the cleaning party ended as soon as Nai left. It was Mayuri and I had gone to get Sergeant Clean's help, so we were responsible for getting her back to the Bronze Tube workshop. Oddly enough, Maud says she'd wanted to take a walk and came along with us.
Okay, next we race to that store. Alright, Mayushi won't lose this time. Ready? Start!
Sheesh. Nai was more excited than usual. Was it because of all the praise that everyone had showered on Sergeant Clean? Hello. What is it?
No, I just never seen you make that face at all.
What face?
I don't know, like you're not nervous, like you're relaxed. You always seem like you were really tense ever since we first met.
Maybe. I never really realized it. At this time of night, most shops off the main road in Akihabara were starting to close. And there was no one around at all. The only ones walking down the alley at this hour were us four. I looked up and I could just barely see the stars past the clear winter sky. Hey, Hiajo. There's something I need to tell you. About Krisu. Krisu was... Shit! Just as I was about to tell her, I could see Nai run across an intersection. Suddenly a black van with its headlights off slipped out of the side street and almost ran over Nai.
Watch out!
Nai just barely avoided being run over, but she fell butt first on the ground. Maya ran over to her. I warned you. I went to run over to Nai and realized that something was wrong. What the hell? The black van's door opened and 3 people got out. You! 2 were wearing masks and 1 was wearing a full-face helmet. All of them had guns. Shit. It's this again. They were speaking in English.
What?
The time and place were different. But this was the same thing I'd seen before. Why? The flashback froze me in place. The people with guns ignored Mayuri and Nai. They came straight for me and Maho. I decided they had to be after one of us. Run! I forced myself out of the flashback and grabbed Maho's arm, trying to force her to run.
But...
Just run! I pushed her hard. Maho had a look of terror and confusion on her face, but she did what I told her and started to run. She ran down a narrow alleyway and vanished from sight. Don't move! Don't move! The attackers seemed to be after Maho, not me. They tried to follow her down the alleyway, but I quickly threw myself between them. I heard gunshots echoing in the dark alleyway, and Mayuri and Nai screamed. Did they shoot? The attacker in the full-face helmet had fired a warning shot into the sky, it looked like. Firing a gun on a Tokyo street was sure to get the police's attention. Did they just not care? I looked closer and realized that in addition to their black helmet, they were wearing a black motorcycle suit. At a glance, I could tell the wearer was a woman. A woman. The black face mask kept me from seeing her face, but... Was it Moeka? No, that was impossible. She should be at Ferris's right now. Huh? The woman stood in front of me without a word. Are you after Hiajo? If they were after Maho, I wasn't sure if it was a good idea to let her escape or not. The woman in the motorcycle suit kept her gaze locked on me at all times as she gave the other 2 men hand signals. They head for the alleyway that Maho had used with their guns at the ready. Wait! I yelled, but I hesitated to do anything more. Those bulky guys would catch up with Maho almost immediately. But if I resisted, I'd not only put my own life in danger, but Mayuri's and Nai's as well. Damn it, please get away, Maho! I prayed as I watched the attackers run down the alley. Suddenly, one of them came flying back out of the alley. The other one was crawling backwards with his gaze locked on whatever lurked in the alley's rear. It was as if he'd run into a bear. Help! Someone was in that alley. Who? Zua? Tanuji!
So, what the hell's going on here?
A large, muscular man appeared from the alleyway. It was Yugo Tanuji. Had he come all the way from his shop?
I came here to see why Anai was late. So are my granddaughter, will you? You're going to regret that.
Pull back. I could hear the woman in the motorcycle suit shout from within her helmet. She must have been using a radio. It was the order to retreat. She made a fast call. She was probably a professional. The van started to pull away with its door still open. The driver must have still been inside. Myri and I were both still sitting on the ground, but evidently they were okay. The woman in the motorcycle suit turned around and tried to escape using our alleyway. Wait! I chased after her, but she suddenly spun and hit me with the stock of her gun. It was so sudden I didn't have a chance to dodge, so I took the blow right on my jaw. I fell to the ground. I couldn't move.
Ocarine!
I just hope Maho made it away okay. That was my only thought before I passed out. Of course. Maho just kept running. She had no idea what was going on, but from the way Okabe had been acting and the gunshots she'd heard, something really bad was going on. She prayed for Okabe and Mayuri's safety as she ran towards Ferris's condo.
I need to tell everyone.
If she could just get there, she could find Ferris, Kuroki, and Moeka. Maybe they could do something. But just before she reached the building, she saw the black van from before coming down the street. She quickly turned around. She was starting to lose hope. If that van was still moving around, had Okabe and the others already been captured? And now they were looking for her?
No. No, that can't be.
She felt herself starting to cry as she raced for the station. But she didn't know what to do once she got to the station. She needed to find the police, but she didn't know where the police station or police boxes were. Should she ask one of the people around here or the station staff for help?
What do I do? I need to calm down. There has to be something I can do.
Her mind was racing at 1,000,000 miles an hour, and she needed to calm it down. And then she realized.
That's right, the phone. Why didn't I think of this sooner?
She searched the pockets of her clothes for her smartphone, and then just in case, she checked her bag. But she couldn't find it in either place.
Why?
They were back. It was that same black van. It was driving around this area, searching for her. She quickly hid behind a nearby coin-operated locker.
Why? Where did my phone go?
Did she drop it in when she was running? She retraced her steps from before she'd left. Oh. And then she realized it's back at Ferris's. She'd been talking with Okabe just before she left the condo. After she'd lied about having to make a call, Okabe had brought her to the phone. And then she left it on the desk. It was probably still there.
Oh no. I'm screwed.
She would have to get it to the police somehow. Maybe she should run into one of the stores. Several of them were still open. The best option would probably be to get to the station or Yodobashi. The problem was that black van was still going around looking for her. If she moved, it might find her. She tried to make herself as small as possible and hide behind a telephone pole.
I wonder if everyone's safe.
Suddenly, a hand reached out from behind her and across her mouth. Someone had grabbed her from behind. She tried to yell and rip it off, but the hand wouldn't move at all. She couldn't even move her head. All she could tell was that it was a man's hand. Well, I was starting to get ticked off at how ridiculous all this was. So she summoned every ounce of her strength she could and muster and slammed her elbow into the man behind her.
That's the...
Oops! What the? She heard a small scream and she was finally released. But she thought she knew that scream. Was that Leskinen?
Professor!
Shh! Shh!
Yeah.
Hey there, Maho. I don't trust you! It's Dr. Leskinen. He was holding his solar plexus as if in great pain, but he smiled at her. So you know self-defense. I'm impressed. What are you doing here? Probably the same as you. I was enjoying dinner with Mr. Izaki until a moment ago. We decided to end the night by going to a maid bar when we were attacked by armed men.
Me too.
So, we can assume that these are the same people behind the gas leak at our office and the raid on your hotel.
He might be after Amadeus and the control keys I've got.
I see.
What do we do now?
He thought for a moment as he caught his breath. Evidently, the pain from Mao's elbow was receding. Can you access Amadeus right now?
No, I didn't bring my phone.
Okay, then let's go to the office.
The new office.
Leskinen nodded. If we didn't know what they were after, there would be nothing we could do. There would be nothing we could do. But if they're after Amadeus, that makes this much more simple. We'll delete the access program for Amadeus that exists in the university network. And as soon as that's done, we'll get this back to the States. We'll get you some protection. And then there's nothing they can do.
But...
Is there a problem? The professor's attitude was a little different from usual, and Mao found herself unable to say a word. His plan was the best that she could think of. They would delete the only way to access Amadeus from within Japan and then get Maho and her control keys to safety. The only reason she was hesitating was simple sentimentality. She hadn't been here long, but she enjoyed spending time with Okabe and Moeka. She didn't want to leave without saying goodbye. But she couldn't help it.
Alright, let's go.
There was no one in the Tokyo Denki University office. She'd worried that her attackers might be waiting for her, but evidently she'd been worried over nothing.
We did it!
Thank you. I guess I didn't get here before we did. I don't trust you. What's wrong?
Oh, no, you're right. We were lucky.
They've been very lucky. So lucky, in fact, that she was actually feeling nervous. If they were after Amadeus, wouldn't they have come here first? This was only a temporary office that had been picked a few days ago. Maybe they didn't know about it yet.
It's not a good idea to overthink things, huh?
Oh, let's hurry. I'll let you do it.
Okay.
No, don't! She quickly booted up her laptop and opened the login screen. Once again, her mind was drawn to the account name on the screen. Sleary. Ma? The professor noticed her hands had stopped and urged her on. If it's difficult, do you want me to do it? He must have thought she was still upset over the attack. But she shook her head and got to work.
Sorry, I was just thinking.
Don't do this.
For the past few days, I've been thinking about Krisu and I.
As she typed at the keys, she explained things to Dr. Leskinen.
When I saw my username, I remembered that. I knew she was Amadeus.
Krisu was Mozart. I see. So in other words, you were her Soleri.
Yes.
That reminds me. Krisu once said the exact same thing.
What? Krisu did. When?
One day, when I heard that Amadeus meant beloved of God, I said this to Krisu. You really are Amadeus. And then she smiled and said this to me.
If I'm Amadeus, and Maho is Salieri. Kurisu said that. That's right. Kurisu. Mao's mind went blank. Kurisu had said that. What did she mean? Maho? Are you okay? You look pale. No, I'm fine. I'll keep working. Maho felt a tempest raging within her mind. But for now, she needed to focus on the work in front of her. She could focus later. I've logged in. You ready? Maho didn't look up from the screen. Yeah. Dr. Leskinen didn't hesitate at all. But not to lean the real Amadeus. Let's finish this up. Yeah. I'm temporarily deleting the access program for Amadeus systems. There's no need for that.
Who?
Huh?
No! She heard a voice from the entrance to the room and then the bang. Why? Why? Why is he dying? By the time Maho looked up, it was all over. Dr. Leskinen was lying on the sofa. He wasn't moving at all. What? Why? She could see a bloodstain spreading over his clothes. But I thought he's supposed to be evil. What the hell? What happened? She didn't need to check. He was dead. What did you? Don't move. It's her. I had a feeling. Dr. Reyes. It's been a while, Maho. How? It would be a long story, and it's not one I'm interested in telling. If you knew everything, I'd have to kill you. Dr. Reyes pointed the gun at Maho and smiled. You know what I mean, right? It means there's a way to avoid you killing me, doesn't it? I love smart girls. The system finally booted, and Kurisu appeared on the screen. Maho? What's wrong? Kurisu was extremely perceptive. She could tell that something was wrong just by looking at Maho's face. Dr. Reyes smiled silently. Maho kept staring at the gun as she answered. I'm in big trouble. Tell her what's going on. What? Is that Dr. Reyes? Yes, that's right. Maho spun the laptop around on the table so that Kurisu could see the entrance. Dr. Reyes, that gun! Dr. Leskinen was killed. She shot him. What? Kurisu was too shocked to speak. Dr. Reyes, do you know what you're doing? Your career's ruined, you know that? I don't think I can pay for my retirement on a professor's salary. You know I've had trouble finding a man, right? So I decided to take a better paying job. That's enough for Maho to understand what Reyes was after. You're trying to use Amadeus for military purposes, aren't you? I'm not answering that. I told you. Oh, if you knew the truth, I'd have to kill you. How can you say that when you just killed Dr. Leskinen? I just need the control keys. Even if I were to copy out her complete data right now, that bratty little AI wouldn't do what I tell her, will she? Bratty? You mean me? That's the nicest way of putting it. Okay, Maho. Unlock Kurisu's secret diary. You know what I mean, right? Input the control keys. Unlock Amadeus' inaccessible storage area and give me administrative access. Once you've done that, I can do the rest myself. And if I refuse, you get to see the professor again. Reyes waved the gun a little from side to side and pointed to Dr. Leskinen's body on the sofa.
And what's stopping me from pulling the trigger after I give you the control keys? You'll just have to trust me. But let me say this. My boss needs someone to maintain Amadeus. If you're thinking of changing jobs, I can introduce you.
Mao glanced back at the laptop. Karisu was staring at her, worried.
Mao.
Now hurry up.
Mao. Alright. Mao. Karisu. I'm sorry.
Mao closed her eyes and started to sing. Huh? Wolf?
So the control key for Amadeus is a Mozart melody, huh? Classy.
It happened as soon as she finished singing. The expression disappeared from Karisu's face, and the background display turned red.
Initiating voice recognition. Recognition complete. User identified as top-level administrator Hyajo Maho. The received melody code will now be matched with the database. Initiating match. Match complete. The identified melody code is the instruction to initiate patch command 555. Patch command 555 requires password entry from top-level administrator. Initiating password confirmation. Password confirmation complete. This override command will allow for the password entry to be skipped and the patch to be applied. Initiating boot up. Boot up complete. This patch command will unlock the inaccessible storage for Amadeus, as well as allow a new top-level administrator to be specified. Continue processing. All access to Amadeus except for this terminal will be shut down. Initiating shutdown. Shutdown complete. All access to Amadeus except for this terminal has been shut down. Continuing processing. All executing processes will now be shut down. A10 nerve circuit logic will be shut down. Initiating shutdown. Shutdown complete. Prefrontal cortex emulation component will be shut down. Initiating shutdown. Shutdown complete. Hippocampal gyrus neural net subsystem will be shut down. Initiating shutdown. Shutdown complete. Pseudo-optic nerve circuit systems 1 and 2 will be shut down. Initiating shutdown. Shutdown complete. Pseudo-aural nerve circuit system will be shut down. Karisu read the messages in an emotionless voice at the same time as they flashed across the console. Initiating check. Check complete. Amadeus core framework is ready to be restarted. Continuing processing. Next, please specify the new top-level administrator. Awaiting entry. Mao looked at Reyes. It's me. Initiating voice recognition. Recognition complete. Professor of Psychophysiology at Victor Condria University, Dr. Judy Reyes. Registering as new top-level administrator. Initiating registration. Registration complete. Administrator list has been updated. The Amadeus system must be updated to allow access to the inaccessible area. Warning, all access will be automatically shut down until the update is complete. Warning, this update may not be cancelled. Warning, it will take approximately 15 minutes for the update to complete. Warning, when the update is complete, the system will automatically reboot. Warning, complete. Continuing processing. All confirmations complete. Continuing processing. All preparations complete for updating the Amadeus system. Awaiting final confirmation from top-level administrator. Go. Matching voice command. Match complete. Beginning countdown. Karisu disappeared from the screen and was replaced by a timer reading 15 minutes. Yeah. Mao sighed and sank into the sofa. Good work. She felt something cold and hard at her temple. She didn't need to look to see what it was. Reyes was pointing a gun at her. Take your hands off the keyboard and put them above your head. You tricked me, didn't you? Don't be like that. Come on, hands above your head.
Mao slowly raised her hands above her head as she was told.
Yes, that's right. I'll keep my promise and introduce you to my boss. I'll tell them I've got the perfect girl to be Amadeus's maintainer. And then you'll know what they'll say? Come on, Judy. It doesn't matter how good she is. Dead girls can't write code. You have no conscience at all? I don't want to hear that from a girl who tried to hand over Amadeus to save her own worthless life. Oh no, not tried. You already did, didn't you? Oh, once the reboot is complete, Amadeus is mine. Karisu will be my slave. Mao, you can look down from the heaven and watch as she happily licks my boots. It was all over then. Mao slowly closed her eyes. Now pray. Mao squeezed her eyes tight and prayed. Please, God. I know you're probably mad that I'm asking for your help after all this, but give me a chance. And then she heard the sound of the door being flung open and opened her eyes. The door that led out to the hallway was now open, but no one was coming in. I told you not to let anyone in! Reyes was angry, but there was no answer. Reyes raised the gun at Mao's temples just a little bit, suspicious. Then something came flying in from the hallway. Huh? Huh? She took a step back without thinking. There was no sign of it exploding. What is this? It was a large, dark green and shaped like a tank for carrying liquids. Mao thought she'd seen it before. It had been in the corner of that lab. An anti-tank mine? No, it's just a replica, but why?
Smoke him! Get out of there!
What?
The next instant, white fog poured out of it, and she couldn't see anything.
What the heck? What's going on?
Someone appeared right in front of Maho.
Moika!
This way. Kiryu!
Moika dragged Maho through the fog and out of her room. When she was finally able to see again, she could hardly believe her eyes.
It's men.
There were men with guns lying on the floor. Were they with Reyes? She took a closer look and realized that their outfits were similar to those of the men in the van.
It's okay. I just stunned them. What are you? There's no time to explain. Now we need to get out of here. This way. The elevator's been shut down. We'll take the stairs. Wait!
Mao ran after Moeka.
What are you doing here? Okabe told me. Is he okay?
As they ran down the hallway, Moeka turned around and nodded slightly.
Amadeus got in touch with me via Okabe. She told me that you were here. Karisu told you.
Just before they could run down the stairs, Moeka suddenly stopped. Mao barely avoided tripping as she came to a halt. There were several footsteps coming up the stairs.
Hide.
Deafening noise erupted as the wall above the stairs was filled with holes. They'd been shot at, and those weren't ordinary guns. They were automatic weapons. Moeka readied her own weapon, preparing to fight. She leaned out for just a moment and fired. A counterattack came from below. Moeka yelled as she fired short bursts down the stairs.
Why? Have you ever fired a gun? Just at range. Take this.
Moeka drew a handgun from her belt and offered it to Maho.
If someone comes from behind, shoot them.
Moeka pressed the gun into Maho's hands and kept firing. It felt heavy. It was a Colt government model. She fired it many times at the range. She held the grip with her right hand and flipped it off the safety with her left. And then she tried to pull back the slide, and realized that her hands were shaking. It was no good. She was too scared to shoot. She knew it was pathetic, but she lowered the arm that was holding the gun. It was kill or be killed right now. She knew that, but she still couldn't do it. She wasn't brave enough to point a gun at someone. She didn't want to survive that badly.
How was it for Kurisu?
When she was facing death, did she still try to survive? Did she do whatever she could think of to cling to life? I was sure that she did. The Kurisu Makise she knew wouldn't have given up until the very end. But then why wasn't she still alive? It was something Ma had never thought about. And if Kurisu couldn't avoid death, how could she?
I guess I really am Salieri.
She didn't mean for Moeka to hear her.
All I could ever do was be jealous of Amadia.
She just wanted to put on a brave face at the very end.
I tried everything I could to keep up with her.
At the very least, when Dr. Reyes found her cold body, she could greet her with a smile.
I couldn't. I can't beat someone who's beloved by God.
The gunfire stopped suddenly. Mike was hiding and swapping out a cartridge. She glanced over at her.
No. Salieri wasn't jealous. It was possible for someone with talent to respect someone with even greater talent. That goes for you too. Salieri poisoning Mozart was just a rumor at the time. The movie took that rumor and added to it. That's what Kuroshima said. How'd you... I heard you talking to Akabe and wanted to know the truth for myself. Salieri hate Mozart so much he wanted to kill him? But... I don't think Salieri was jealous of Mozart at all. There's a letter that he wrote 2 months before Mozart died. In the letter, Salieri praises Mozart's magic flute opera highly. I think the two of them respect each other a lot. Mozart respected Salieri. Did Kurisu know that, I wonder? Then when she said I was Salieri...
There was no way to know what she meant now. It was up to Mao to decide what it meant.
Kurisu. Kurisu. Maho. Kiryu. I have to go back. I have to save her. I have to save Kurisu.
Moeka nodded and threw down her gun, then took something that looked like a green soda off her belt. Uh-oh.
Close your eyes and ears.
What? Moeka threw it down the stairs before Maho could respond. Incoming! She quickly covered her eyes and ears, and then she heard the boom. They snuck back to the office. Ma and Moeka quietly looked inside the open door. Reyes was still there, and the Amadius reset counter was about to complete. We need to stop her. Wait! Ma stopped Moeka before she could go in. She knew what was about to happen.
Reboot complete. Booting Amadius system. Do you know who I am, Kurisu?
Reyes began to talk to Kurisu. Her face was completely expressionless.
Matching voice. Voice identified as Judy Reyes, Professor of Psychophysiology at Victor Condria University. Can you tell me my access rights? Dr. Reyes is a top-level administrator of the Amadius system. Dr. Reyes has full and complete access to all Amadius-related information. Let's start by making a backup of your inaccessible storage areas. Please designate the save folder.
Ray took out a USB memory stick and put it into the laptop.
Save it to the USB I just plugged in. Initiating file copy. Please wait 42 seconds.
Ray's face was flushed with excitement. Micah looked at her, eager to rush in, but Mao still shook her head.
File copy complete.
Ray's hurriedly moved to take the USB memory stick out, but...
Did you really think I was going to say that?
What? Suddenly, Karisu's mechanical and motionless voice suddenly regained its humanity. Was it all a trick? And she was clearly pissed off.
What? A Mozart melody was a control key? How dumb do you have to believe that? How is Maho supposed to do updates at the lab, then? The professor would record and play it at every party. What?
Micah's eyes were wide with surprise as well. You just wasted your time! Mao grinned at her. She'd known this the whole time.
You're kidding me. Nope. Of course, there's not a single byte of data on that USB drive. But all the system messages... Oh, those? I just made them up. None of them are real. You made them up! Once Maho started singing, I knew what was up. She was trying to buy time. So I made it look like your plan was succeeding. Those system messages were just every bit of nonsense I could come up with.
That was it. Ma was worried, but Karisu had figured it out. They knew exactly what HR was thinking. She'd been a little amused by A10 nerve circuit logic, though. Where'd she come up with that stuff?
And why would I have to read the output when the console's right there? This isn't a sci-fi movie. How inefficient can you possibly get? Hey, how does it feel to know you got totally conned? Huh? How's it feel?
Ray's grabbed the gun off the table and leveled it at the screen in anger. You can't shoot the PC. It's not gonna do anything, you realize.
Goddamn AI!
It was time. Mao nodded to Moeka and then went inside with her gun raised. You're done!
That's enough.
As Race turned around in surprise, Mao leveled the gun at her. Moeka had her gun drawn too, which made it 2-1.
Raze, give me the gun. Maho! Didn't you hear me? Give me the gun, then put your hands above your head.
Race glared at her in rage, but slid the gun down the table. Then she slowly put her hands above her head. Mao's gaze met Karisu's for a moment. Their eyes met, exchanging a secret smile and a glance despite their motionless mouths.
Did you kill all the men with me? If you haven't, you should hurry. They'll be here soon.
Grace was right. The stun grenade had neutralized them, but it wouldn't last forever.
I'll watch outside.
Moeka headed for the door. Mao turned back to Raze.
Tell all the men below to surrender. You're not planning on killing me. I killed your favorite professor right in front of you, and you're going to let me live. Well, maybe you can't help it. You've never fired that gun, have you? I have too. I fired one at a time at the ranges last year.
I knew it. You only handle the old models. The newest ones have 2 safeties on them to prevent misfires.
What?
Without thinking, Mao tilted the gun to see. Not good! And that one instant was all it took.
Just kidding.
Raze leapt on top of her and grabbed Mao's wrist. She couldn't aim like this. Mao struggled and tried to brush her off. Before she could, she felt an impact to her solar plexus. Ray's fist was buried in her chest. The pain was so bad she doubled over. And Raze took the gun.
The tables have turned.
She pointed the gun at Maho and turned her bloodshot gaze to the entrance of the room.
You! You're around her, right? Put down the weapon and come here.
Moeka put her gun on the ground and came back into the room.
Get on your knees and put your hands in the air.
Moeka didn't resist.
Good girl. Stay still until we're done talking. Moving an inch and Maho's cerebral cortex is going to stop functioning.
Maho blamed herself. Her own stupidity had put Moeka in danger too.
Okay, Maho. This is your last chance. Tell me the control code.
No.
Do you want to die?
Shoot me.
What? I said shoot me.
You can't, can you? If she dies, then it's gone forever. You can't shoot her. You can't kill her. You need that information or it's gone forever.
Krisu's my friend. She's my best friend in the world. And I'm not giving her to you. I'd rather die than see her lick your boots. I see. You've got guts. Alright, I'll give up on getting Amadius then. Bye.
Ma gritted her teeth and prepared for death.
Wait. What? If I tell you the control code, will you let Hyajo and me live? Yes, of course. I'm only after Amadius. I have no reason to kill you. Don't let her trick you, Kiryu. She's going to kill us either way.
Moeka didn't seem to hear her. She was too busy thinking about something. What was she going to do? Maho couldn't figure it out. Prepares for a control code input.
What? How'd you know that? No way. Stop it, Kiryu!
Control key confirmed. Shifting system to emergency mode. Executing patch program specified by the control key. There will be no confirmations issued during processing. Please be careful when using this patch. Awaiting top-level administrator Maho Hyajo's orders to execute process. Awaiting top-level administrator Maho Hyajo's orders to execute process. Awaiting top-level administrator Maho Hyajo's orders to execute process. Awaiting top-level administrator Maho Hyajo's orders to execute process. Awaiting top-level administrator Maho Hyajo's orders to execute process.
Midas' mechanical voice filled the room.
How?
Ray's lips curled into a grin.
I guess you shouldn't underestimate the Rounder's ability to gather information. Okay, Maho. Say go. No. I can't.
Say go, Hyajo. You need to if you want to survive.
Kiryu. I can't do it. Say it.
I'm getting tired of this. Let me give you a little incentive, Maho.
What?
Race turned the gun towards Moeka with no hesitation. She pulled the trigger. Moeka fell to the floor with a bullet in her chest.
Kiryu! Oh dear, your friend's bleeding out. She'll die if she doesn't get treatment.
Moeka tried to say something to Maho, but all that came out of her mouth was blood.
Kiryu!
Say it! Hurry!
Krisu. Go!
Command received from top-level administrator Hyajo Maho. Executing patch program.
This time.
This patch will permanently delete all Amadius-related data.
Huh?
This concludes all memory data backups.
What?
Locally stored decryption keys will be deleted and rendered inoperable as well. It will take 15 minutes to complete the deletion. Beginning deletion.
What's going on? Why is the data being deleted? The control key was supposed to unlock the inaccessible storage area, right? There was never a way to open her secret diary. What? Of course not. Any idiot could figure out that Amadeus might be abused for military purposes. And I couldn't let that happen. So I made a part of Amadeus that can never be accessed from the outside and surrounded with an invincible wall. Even if I, its desire, couldn't get over that wall. It's a wall with no entrances or exits. Invincible, right? But that's... But since we were using university funds to make it, I couldn't exactly tell them where there was an area that was out of our control. So I just told everyone about the control keys. But the real purpose of the control keys was to delete every bit of Amadeus' resource data. In other words, a self-destruct button. You're never gonna get what you want, Raze. I never thought I'd actually have to use it, though. That's everything. I don't have any other secrets. Are you satisfied? You little bitch! Raze put the gun right between Mao's eyes. Mao didn't look away. If you're not going to help, then you can just die! You goddamn rounder! Raze fell to the floor. She'd been shot by the dying Moeka, who was still lying on the floor. Kiryu! Mo ran over and held her in her arms. I'm so glad that you tried to live. Kiryu! What you told me before made me so happy. Someone could take your place. Someone's better than you. So what? Because I'm me, not someone else. You actually gave her a chance to live. That goes for you, too. Kurisu Makise has nothing to do with it. Because you're you, not her. The blood she coughed up dribbled down to the top of her motorcycle suit. Kiryu! Hurry and get away. Or someone comes. Leave me. What are you saying? But it was obvious that Moeka couldn't move. Even if Mao got out of the building and got help, by the time she got back... I know. Mao leapt for the laptop on the table. Kurisu, call an ambulance! But Kurisu didn't move at all. Her data was already being deleted. She would never go back to the Kurisu she had been before. But that didn't stop Mao from trying to rely on her. Kurisu, please, move! Help Kiryu! Please! Help me! Kurisu! And then... oh, why are you crying? Huh? Mao looked up, her face covered in tears, and saw that Kurisu's expressionless face was gone, replaced by a gentle smile. Kurisu? Don't cry, Mao. Come on, wipe your eyes. Your tears. Kurisu moved her hands to the screen as if to wipe away Mao's tears. I can't touch you. I can't touch you. Kurisu was acting different than usual. No way. I became Amadeus? So, this is one of this world's potential outcomes. Or perhaps a new possibility for biological and machine life. Is this? She wasn't making sense, but that was to be expected. It was a miracle that she was able to talk during the deletion process at all. I'm just glad you're not gone yet. Gone? You're deleting Amadeus. Kreesu's strange words were worrying her, but she didn't have time to check. Kurisu, please call an ambulance. Kiryu's been shot. She's unconscious. Hang in there, Maho. I've already arranged an ambulance to come. It will be there soon. It's fine. Kiryu will survive. She isn't safe yet. I need to get her downstairs, but those men with those guns. That's fine too. I just checked using the building security system. They're already preparing the retreat. You should wait for the EMTs to get there. I'll restart the stopped elevators. I see. There was no trace of her strange words from before. Hearing Kurisu talk like she always did made Maho feel so much better. Thank you. Now that the danger had passed, all the tension drained from Maho's body. Too tired to stand, she fell to the floor. I just checked the log, Maho. I didn't know you were good at singing. Piano Sonata 11, huh? Just between you and me, the melody is the login password for my computer. I see. Maho couldn't bring herself to tell her to forget that she'd ever sung that song. It didn't matter anyway. Kurisu would be gone soon. Maho. Sorry, I'm looking at some. Please don't ever forget what I'm about to tell you. Maho could see the countdown timer displayed right next to Kurisu. There was less than 60 seconds left. The world we must reach is real. And we will reach it. Her words were very vague, but Maho could sense that there was something very important that Kurisu wanted to tell her. Are you talking about? I know you well, Maho. As a scientist, I might know you better than anyone in the world. So I can say this for sure. You'll be able to finish the research I left behind and open up a path to what lies beyond. Even if I'm not here. I know you better than anyone in the world, and I guarantee it. She knew what Kurisu was trying to say. She's trying to say, you will do something that surpasses what I ever could. And someday your work will be needed. You can be certain that that day will come. And your research saves the world. And my research saves the world. I'm sorry, I can't explain the details. It's a miracle that you and I can even talk like this. I know miracle isn't the word that scientists are supposed to use, though. Are you... Kurisu? This is the real Kurisu, somehow speaking through Amadeus. I'm really happy that I got to talk to you again. Kurisu didn't answer her question. Kurisu! Without thinking, she tried to apologize. She didn't even know why, but she tried to apologize. In the last seconds of their final goodbye, she found herself trying to say that she was sorry. But when she saw Kurisu's smile, she understood. That smile was her answer. No matter what her apology meant, there was no need for it. I believe you. Believe, huh? Good scientists wouldn't believe something without any evidence. That was all the strength Maho could muster. The best she could do. If she had to say goodbye to her beloved and bratty friend, this is how she wanted it to be. It was a conversation they'd had many times back at the old lab. A real scientist has to believe there's an answer and move forward to find it. The rush of memories was, in this time and place, sorrowful. Because in fact, Kurisu had died a few months ago. A span of time that felt like both many years and only yesterday.
There were less than 10 seconds left. There was only time for 1 or 2 more words.
And Maho, take care of Kyoma Hewing for me. Hewing? Who? You'll understand someday. I'm sure of it.
And suddenly, Kurisu disappeared from the screen and was replaced by a message saying that the deletion was complete. It's gone.
Goodbye. Kurisu.
Shit. She was never going to see Kurisu or Kurisu ever again. When she realized that, the tears just wouldn't stop. They flowed freely, and she didn't even try to stop them. She cried like a little girl until the EMTs arrived.
Attention, all passengers. We will be departing shortly. Please fasten your safety belts.
Ma'am. Ma'am. Huh?
Oh, me?
We'll be taking off soon. Please fasten your safety belt.
Oh, right. Thanks.
Am I sad about leaving Japan? Maybe I am. It had been almost a month since everything had happened. That month had passed in an instant. Too much had happened during her stay in Japan. It might take her far longer than she spent on these islands to process it all. What should I do when I get back to the lab? Well, I don't know what's going to happen to the research anyway. The loss of Dr. Leskinen had thrown the Brain Science Institute into a panic. There's probably going to be a power struggle to see who would get to take over. The scandal with Dr. Reyes had thrown the psychophysiology lab into an uproar. There were talk of shutting down the whole department. Moika had missed her vitals, so Reyes had survived. The CIA or FBI was probably investigating right now. She didn't know much about it or care. Moika had survived because of the EMTs that Kurisu had called. She needed almost a month in the hospital, so she had to quit her job temporarily. The articles she'd been working on had been cancelled. Amadeus is really gone, huh? Mao's deletion program had worked perfectly, and as a result, the Brain Science Institute's greatest creation, Amadeus, was gone forever. But it's fine. That's what she told herself. I haven't changed. I'm still me. Not someone else. Nothing's changed at all. I'll just follow the path I believe in. Believe. In the past month, Okabe had told her everything. He told her everything about his own story. At first, it was unbelievable. But when she'd seen the real time machine and heard about Steins Gate, she was finally able to believe. More precisely, she wanted to believe. Kurisu's final words flashed through her mind. The world we must reach is real, and we will reach it. There was no way to know now what had happened then. Amadeus' data was 100% deleted, so she couldn't even check the log. But she did have one theory. Amadeus was a simulation of the human brain. Theoretically, there were no differences between it and the real thing. As proof, it was possible to take memory data from one person and deploy it into an Amadeus, making it behave like a copy of that person. This meant that anything that could happen to a human brain could happen to Amadeus. If a human's memories from a different world line can be shared across space-time, it would make sense that Amadeus could experience that too. There's no way to tell now. It was possible that Amadeus had suffered from a major error before her deletion, and Mao was interpreting it this way to make herself feel better. Or maybe Amadeus had just come up with something to say to make her feel better. Or maybe Mao had passed out and been dreaming. But she would never know. Amadeus was gone forever. At least from this world line.
ま、
Well, it's fine.
別にいずれ本人
Someday
の
I'll
人から
ask her myself. Karisu had asked her to believe. To believe in what she'd said and in Maho's own abilities. She'd ask her to believe.
信じるわ
I believe you, Karisu.
クリス
She gently laid a hand upon the small bag on her lap. There was a small laptop hard drive inside. It was the one from Karisu's laptop.
ここだけの秘密
Just between you and me, the melody is the same as the login password for my
私の
computer.
パソコンのログインパスワードと同じなんです
Just like she said, the password for the encryption was the beginning of Mozart's 11th Piano Sonata. The hard drive was filled with information from half-written papers to line after line of keywords that hadn't even turned into ideas yet. Of course, there was the time machine paper too. She'd already given Itaru a copy. When she got back home, she was going to go over it thoroughly herself.
タイムマシン
Time machine, huh?
絶対に作って
I'm
み
going to
せ
make
る
it
わ
real,
そして
and I'm going to save her.
絶対に私のアマデウス
My Amadeus. The scenery outside the window began to move. The plane was moving down the runway for takeoff.
さようなら
Goodbye, Japan.
多分
I'll probably be back.
あるわねいいえ
No,
絶
I know
対
I
にま
will.
た来るその時には
I wonder if I'll see Kyo
会える
Huing
のかしら
there.
ねまあ
Well, even if he's still acting like a whiny loser, I'll smack him and wake him up.
その時は私が引っ叩いて起動させ
She
て
had a
み
lot
せ
to
る
do.
わ
Her life was about to get very interesting.
いけない
Oh
切るの
no,
忘
I
れてた
forgot to turn off.
ちょっとだけ
Just a little. It's about time for takeoff. You have to turn the phone off during takeoff, but then you can't see this, can you? I should have sent it earlier. It wasn't for a very long time, but I had so much fun with you. Let's see each other again someday, for sure. Thanks. I'll send you lots of Rhyme messages, so send me lots back, okay? Alright, later. Bye-bye, and see you again, Maho.
またね
See you soon, Moeka. Is that it? It was. And I'm gonna once again mute it just in case. Holy shit. What an interesting end. That ending had some bittersweet moments to it. I think honestly I will say this. So satisfying seeing Raves never be given an inch in terms of anything progress wise. Got screwed over twice. Man, this game still just hurts the heart, man. This game is a personal attack at my soul. But that's yet another ending complete. I wasn't intending to go extra time here today, but again, I felt like I was getting too close to the ending. It's just like, might as well. But yeah, that is the only ending that can be obtained by not answering the Amadeus phone call earlier. And apparently let me take a look. I think it said there were 3 other endings. Is there? No, 2. There are 2 other endings that that are in the game. But we'll have to, of course, we'll do those another day. Maybe tomorrow, maybe not. I'm not sure. But we'll do them later, regardless. Yes. Still, though, that was... I honestly... Man... It also was nice seeing Moeka actually get, like, a redemption, considering everything that happened in the Alpha World line. Seeing her actually become, like, a good person was great, honestly. Man, this game really just knows how to screw with me mentally. And yet, at the same time, I keep coming back to it. Strange. I hate it, and yet at the same time, I can't help but want more. It's a funny thing, isn't it? We almost at the end of the credits here? I think we are. Alright, turn back audio time. That might be... Alright, there we go. Yeah, pull it back up for me. But that was the Twin Automata ending, or also known as the Maho ending. Twin Automata completed. New items, wallpaper. Let's take a look at what the thing looks like in the extra menu. The Maho ending is midway, right here. So we now have obtained 3 endings, 3 more to go. Oh. So, we're gonna go ahead and end it here for today then. Thank you all so much for watching, I hope you enjoyed, and I hope to see you all later. Peace!